All right, well, it looks like we have all of our board members with us, and we have some public trickling in. Everyone else ready to go? Apologies for being a minute or two late. I'd like to go ahead and call the January 19th, 2021 regular meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board to order. Peter, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. We go first to approving minutes, as is our tradition. We have minutes to approve from January 5th.
I move to approve the minutes of January 5th, 2021.
Thanks, Ian. We are now solidly in 2021.
Yeah.
Ian has made a motion to approve the minutes of January 5th, 2021. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-0. Chair's remarks in deference to the weighty agenda and important items on our agenda. I'm going to skip remarks, even though I could make plenty about the current status of things and big events happening tomorrow. And I'm sure Ian's going to fill us in on our local election events too, speaking of elections. So I'm going to go right to manager's comments.
Thank you. And I just have one quick one tonight. I want to remind everyone that we will be clearing snow from the downtown area this evening. And I wanted to just explain, there was a notice that went out over the weekend indicating we were going to be clearing snow on, I believe it was Sunday evening. I don't remember exactly which evening, either Saturday evening or Sunday evening. And I just want to let folks know that that ended up not being able to happen in part because of the circumstances of the storm, the timing and the conditions, and in part because of some equipment failures that we had. As everyone knows, it was a very wet, heavy snow, and so we had some challenges keeping everything functional. But we will be collecting snow this evening and likely tomorrow evening as well. So we just ask everybody to remember to please have cars off of the street by 10:30 if possible and 11 at the latest. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Good reminder. And I saw on High Street, as you're coming down the hill from Western Avenue, that nice reminder. I really like that when they're up because you can't always reach everybody through electronic means. Next, we have select board comments and committee reports. Fellow select board members, what do you have for us? Whoop, looks like a tie between Mr. Goodman and Ms.
Mine's going to be long, Ian. So if yours is not, you can go first.
Okay, yeah, actually, I'll go quickly. Just the usual. So I'll try to make it quick for the same reasons that Tim mentioned. So town meeting day and Wyndham Southeast School District elections are on March 2nd. Because of the pandemic, there's no in-person early voting. So you should go to your My Voter page, which can be found on the Brattleboro website on the news section on the right side of the page, and update your registration address, including your physical and mailing address. And you can request an absentee ballot to be mailed to you from that website. If you have any issues, you should contact the town clerk. Once you get the ballot in the mail, you can return it using the envelope that's provided, or you can drop it in the drop box that's in the municipal center parking lot, which is checked multiple times a day and is been used for the other elections. And then if you don't want to do that, you can also vote in person on election day, which will be at the American Legion, and the Legion will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then finally, this will be the last time I can announce this, the consent for candidate forms for the Brattleboro Town officers and the Wyndham Southeast School District board members and town meeting members are now available at the town clerk's office. So you can call or email the town clerk to get that form, and they are due back by Monday, January 25th by 5 p.m. And that is it.
Thank you, Ian. Brandy.
Thank you. So I have a statement that I thought I was going to read later, but then I was thinking about it and I decided I was going to read it now because it made more sense to me. Okay. Tonight, we will have another opportunity to show brave leadership, good leadership, to acknowledge that the privilege of being voted into these seats does not equal, nor does it supersede the lived experiences of the voices of our community members who shared their stories and those who did not feel safe enough to engage in the process. When I was thinking about this, I thought about an excerpt from letter from a Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King Jr. We all know the I Have a Dream speech, but if you have not read this letter, I would really recommend that you do. It's long, so I only took a piece of it, obviously. The white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice. And he's just saying, who is a worse enemy than even the KKK to the Black man? So the white moderate who is more devoted to order than justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal that you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who patronistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by the mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding of people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright action. And I found that this spoke very deeply to me as I was contemplating tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendy. Anyone else? No? All righty. So we are moving along today. I'm going to, as Ian pointed out, it's not everybody is used to our consent agenda. Tonight we are utilizing our consent agenda. It does have 5 items on it. And so it's meaty, so to speak, but it's also items that this board is quite familiar with and most probably quite comfortable with being in the consent agenda. This board, any one member of the board has the power to pull it out. So I mentioned that in the preamble to my public participation speech, just because in public participation, it might be the time where if you had a concern about one of our 5 items that you can find on our agenda under agenda item 7, it would be the moment to approach one of the board members and just say, or all of us board, and most likely one of the board members would pull that out for you and we would discuss it. So that was my preamble to my preamble. This is public participation. So if you have something on your mind, you want to get off your chest, it might be a busy public comment in both within our agenda items and in public participation, who knows? So I think today is one of our good times to use our 3-minute rule, more or less. I'm pretty flexible about that mostly, but I try to keep it fair for everybody. And if you'd like to speak to something that's not on the agenda tonight, public participation is the time to do it. To do that, there's, I'm told, a new way of interacting with some of the newer versions of Zoom. I'm on an older computer, so I have to use the old version, which is where you find the participants button, click on that, and it comes up on the right. And then I think the hand up button might be in the other section, or it might be very obvious at the bottom of that screen. So if anybody thinks I could be clearer, Daniel is raising his hand, thank you, to demonstrate. I think I've rambled enough perhaps to go on to our consent agenda.
Oh, you've got a hand, Tim.
Oh, wow. I've got 2 hands. Okay, so we're going to hear from Josh Wyman. Try to tell us where you're from and keep it to 3 minutes if you could, Josh. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Josh Wyman. I am a resident of Windham County. I just wanted to take a moment and voice my support for the recommendations made by the Safety Review Board. I won't be on later for comments, but I just wanted to say that I hope the Select Board considers adopting these recommendations moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Kurt Dimes is up next. Hello, Kurt. Are you receiving?
Yeah, I'm receiving, just having trouble with the
No
video.
worries. We can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
You can, but you can't see me.
Yep.
Not currently, but if you'd like to just go ahead with audio, we'll have to just imagine the bird on your shoulder.
Okay. Oh, no bird. Okay, audio, video's not working for some reason. Anyway, I thank Brandy for that excerpt. Brandy, I wondered if you knew if that's the speech in which Mr. King said that he didn't want peace if it meant, various restrictions and so forth on the liberty of people. Is that from that speech also?
I'm looking, that's why my face looks confused.
He goes on in one of his speeches, he says, I don't want peace if it means this. I don't want peace if it means that. And I think it shows that in his later life, he was turning very, revolutionary, which I like. And people always talk about, I have a dream, but he had a militant side too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I really wanted to speak briefly about Brattleboro Common Sense having a space for activists at our headquarters. We offer lodging for people who are transitioning to an activist lifestyle. And we were thinking that it could be better used for part of a safe policing proposal for community policing. People think of safe policing or community policing as just a simple matter of foot patrols, but community policing is the principle of police living in their communities. And as of some short time ago, maybe a year ago, not one of our police officers had the good fortune to live in Brattleboro. But as part of safe policing and as part of the police becoming more integrated, more safe, and being regarded as more safe within the community, we thought that we would offer lodging part-time for police officers at our facilities, at our headquarters near downtown Brattleboro. This would be at no cost. And we wondered if this should be part of an amendment to the proposal for disarming the police, or if we should have our consultant draft a proposal to present separately from safe policing, which is indirectly on your agenda tonight.
Okay. Kurt, I'm sort of forced to take that just as a comment. I'm sure you'll understand.
Well, I don't mean it just as a comment, but a question. Should we bring it up again later while you're talking about the safe policing as part of your item of the police budget effect on the main budget? Does it go there?
Oh, I see.
It would be strictly speaking, it's a free offer to the police department to lodge close to downtown and for a few days at a time for all of its officers. So it doesn't directly affect the budget. It's a free offer, but it is part of that proposal which you're considering from the committee.
There's two sections within unfinished business. A little later this evening, there is a review of the police department training budget. And then after that, there is a review there'll be additional consideration of top priority actions in furtherance of community safety review team's report. So while it certainly most likely is not going to be the last time we speak to the totality of the recommendations put forward, that feels more appropriate for me. I don't know what other board members feel, that if you want to sort of button up your proposal or whatever you want to call it and chime in during that section, it would probably be unfinished agenda item 9 and B.
That'd be fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Where were we? So we were in public comment, public participation. And I don't see any other hands up, so I'll move on to our consent agenda. There are 5 items within the consent agenda. Let me just bring up my little cheating device here. I haven't had this. Okay, so we are within the consent agenda. Someone's mic might be on.
It might be Kurt.
I think it's Kurt's.
Kurt's mic's still on.
Just do that. We are going to be, the action would contain the acknowledgement of the monthly financial report for FY21 through December 2020, ratification of the appointments of the town clerk, town attorney, and interim town treasurer, the approval of a contract renewal for the town attorney, the authorization of a purchase of a replacements parks maintenance tractor, and the authorization of planning and design work in preparation for a planned Living Memorial Park capital improvements project as set forth in the backup materials in the board's packet. As I mentioned, the board's very familiar with these items, and if the board doesn't raise their hands right now, I'll ask for a motion.
I can make a motion.
Or plead for a motion.
I can make a motion. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thanks, Brandy.
You're welcome.
Brandy has moved to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0. Thank you. Very refreshing to be able to do that. And thanks for all the backup, Peter and staff. Next up is a water and sewer commissioners item. I think we are going to be hearing from Chrissy and Steve. If they're ready, they may not be expecting us to have moved through that so quickly.
And we also need to convene, please, as water and sewer commissioners.
Oh. Ian, that's what you were going to remind me, right? Okay. Do I need an agenda? Do I need a vote for that? No.
I move that we convene as water and sewer commissioners.
All right, Ian has moved to convene as water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 5-0. Welcome, Chrissy and Steve.
Thank you. I'm Steve Barrett. I'm the Director of Public Works, and I'll be here tonight with Chrissy Haskins. She is the engineer for our water treatment plant upgrade. So tonight, I just want to do an overview for you, and I want to review the final design and cost estimate, and talk about some of the cost differentials from the last time we talked, and it would also the project permits and approvals, the funding, and then the project schedule. And then upon the completion of my briefing, then Chrissy's available here to answer any technical questions, and I am also, as well as Peter, who's been with us as we've done this planning. So with that, the first thing I'd like to do is just an overview, because I'm sure some of the people watching haven't followed this as closely as the board. And so this will give people an idea of what we're talking about. So the Department of Public Works has been finalizing the plans for the upgrading of the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Plant. The plant was constructed in 1989 and has served the town effectively over the years. The average daily production is 1.3 million gallons a day of water, with a maximum production of 2 million gallons per day. The existing building is in poor condition and does not meet any of the current structural, electrical, energy standards. The plant was originally designed as a 3 million gallon facility with 3 1 million gallon filters. The new design standards will require an additional filter unit to meet the maximum daily production of 2.19 million gallons a day. This project will replace equipment that is nearing the end of its useful life, as well as upgrading aging infrastructure while using current technology to reduce energy consumption, improve efficiency of operations, and eliminate some of the costly and timely consuming maintenance. The final design and cost estimate. In April of 2020, Dufresne Group completed the preliminary engineering report of the water treatment plant upgrade. The cost of the upgrade was estimated to be approximately $10,900,000. A preliminary estimate is an approximate cost of the project that is calculated at the conceptual stage of the project. At the May 5th, 2020 Select Board meeting, the Select Board approved a planning loan of $480,000 from the State Vermont Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund for the final design of the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility. Dufresne Group has been working with the subconsultants in advance and develop a final design and cost estimate of the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment upgrade. Final design includes preparation, construction plans, detailed specifications for construction work to be performed with cost estimates. The following members were part of the design team: the public works staff, water operators, and again, Peter Elwell, assistant town manager, the town staff. The State of Vermont Drinking Water Supply Division, they're very active in reviewing all the plans and making sure that everything's in compliance. And our engineer, Chrissy Haskin from Dufresne Group, she takes the lead on this. We have an architect, an electrical and instrumentation engineer that will deal with all the controls. We have a soil engineer. We have a treatment technology engineer. And then we brought in Energy Efficiency Vermont for energy. So in the last 7 months, all these team members have coordinated with Dufresne Group to develop a detailed design and cost estimate of the water treatment upgrade. The final design team has estimated the total project cost of $12,500,000 at the 90% design stage. This includes $480,000 of planning and design costs mentioned above. The construction cost estimate is approximately $12 million. So some of the cost differentials between preliminary and final, we just talked about. You know, the preliminary is the best estimate at the time without an actual design. That actually gives you a more finite number. So the following is a review of the major elements that increase the cost of the project during the final design. The design team will provide more details about these and other components of the final design during the presentation here tonight. And then we will also discuss the project at this meeting tonight, just to go over all the fine details. The fire suppression system. The current water treatment facility has a fire alarm and with a heat and smoke detectors that are connected to the town's fire alarm system. During the final design phase of the project, Dufresne Group and DPW staff met with the State of Vermont Fire Division and the Brattleboro Fire Department to review the suppression requirements. It was determined that the new treatment plant would be required to install an automatic sprinkler system throughout the building and a dry fire suppression system in the electrical room. The sprinkler system will require a fire pump that needs to meet the water flows, as well as a dedicated electric service, primary and backup, for the fire suppression systems. This is one of the elements that has increased the cost of the project. The generator, the size of the generator will also have to be increased because it's additional demands for the fire pumps and the heat pumps. As the board knows, when we started this project, we wanted to look at alternative heat sources. So we have selected heat pumps, and the final design included those heat pumps using plant water for heating and cooling of the facility. While the upfit costs of the heat pumps are expected to be more than a conventional heating system, ongoing operational costs are expected to be reduced. So it's an increased cost for that heating system, but we feel it's worth it because in the long run, there'll be a payoff. Driveway paving. One of the challenges that we have at the facility is it's a dirt driveway going in, and we have tractor trailers that are delivering product in there. So we're proposing to pave the driveway. Currently is only paved just down in the parking lot area. So that's also added on to that project cost. And now we'll talk about project permits and approvals. The State State Drinking Water Supply Division approved the preliminary engineering report in June of 2020. State engineers also assisted with the testing and the treatment design last summer, have been involved with regular design meetings throughout the summer and fall. So they actually came down when the water quality is a little challenging for us in the summertime, and their engineers came down. We did water samples to make sure that when we build this new facility, we can treat it to the best of our abilities. The 90% project plans are currently being reviewed by the State Drinking Water Division. The project design is on target and is to be 100% complete in February of 2021. Local development review and zoning permits were approved in November of 2020. The applications for all the other required permits have been submitted and are currently in review, with exception to Act 250, but that permit actually went in today, has been signed and has been submitted. Funding. The Drinking Water Supply Revolving Loan Fund notified the town of Brattleboro that funds were available for the amount of $5,450,000 in July of 2020. Approval for the remainder of the total project cost is expected by June of 2021. A priority list application will be submitted in February of 2021 for the remainder of the total project cost. The funding is a low interest loan with a possible 25% forgiveness of the total project upon completion of the contract. The Drinking Water Revolving Fund Planning Loan for $480,000 was approved in May of 2020. This is an interest-free loan for 5 years and is rolled into the project. Once the construction has been completed, there's a possible $50,000 forgiveness on that loan also. So there is some, they can't guarantee that right up front, but the probability is rather high that we'll receive those benefits. A bond vote at representative town meeting in March of 2021 is required to move forward with the construction loan. We anticipate a special informational meeting about this project in early March, followed by a regular annual representative town meeting, informational meeting in March 10th, and actual annual representative town meeting on March 20th of this year. So the project schedule is to move forward in January with 90% completion. Warning for the representative town meeting vote in January. In February, the project plans will go to 100% complete and all the permits would be issued. March would be representative town meeting, informational meeting about the project, similar that we had with the wastewater project. And then we would actually go to town meeting for a bond vote in March. In April, the project would go out to bid if it's approved by the voters. And then the project award would be in May. And in June would be an approximate start date for the project with a 12 to 18th month completion schedule, with the completion of the project in November of 2022. So with that, that's my report to you. And I'm here for any questions that you have, along with Chrissy.
Peter.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add one additional fact that I think is important background to this. Steve mentioned the deficiencies of the current building. Part of the reason that it doesn't meet modern standards is that we have used it for more than a decade past its intended useful life. So as everyone will recall, there was major work that needed to be done on the sewage side of the utility system, and then also the police fire facilities projects. So over the course of more than the last decade, there's been planning for this water treatment plant replacement project, and it just kind of had to wait its turn. There were other higher priority projects for the community that needed to be addressed first, but we've now reached a point where a building and a operating facility that was intended to last from about 1990 to 2010 is before us here in 2021 for approval to move forward for construction to be finished in 2022. So there's a reason why the building is not in the safest, most compliant condition and needs to be replaced.
Thank you for that, Peter. I do have to admit, you've taken away my fun zinger question to Steve, but I won't reveal what that is because Liz has her hand up.
You guys saved us from that. Steve, can you remind the public that at some point in this process, the water fees will go up?
Yes. So last year, the board approved a rate adjustment. When we did the utilities budget, it was pretty much after the meeting that we had for the loan. And the board decided to go with kind of flatten out the rates a little bit, but adjust a lower rate for the sewer and a higher rate for the water. And then those rates will go up for the water to support this. And there is a projected rate schedule that we have, Peter. I'm sure you have it on the tip of your tongue.
I do. As a matter
We
of
went
fact.
from, I believe it was a 6 and 2 to then 6s, and
Yeah.
Peter can go over that. Then the reason is the debt service at some point will start to go down from the sewer plant, but then we're gonna have new debt for the water treatment, the drinking water supply. So the rates will be adjusted accordingly.
Thank you.
May I provide the numbers?
Please. Thank
So
you.
for each of the next 4 years, we anticipate a 6% increase in water rates and a 1% increase in sewer rates. And the estimated impact for a household with 2 adults and 3 children is an annual cost of a cost increase of $26.52, which is $6.63 a quarter. For 2 adults, that household would experience an increase of $17.36 for a year's consumption, $4.34 a quarter. And for 1 adult living alone, we estimate a $14 annual increase and $3.50 per quarter to pay for this project.
Thanks, Peter. Oh, I think it was Daniel's hand that went up first.
Liz, do you have a follow on from your question?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll come at the end.
All right, thanks. Could you explain for me and the public the drinking water revolving loan fund application and this possible 25% forgiveness? I know
Yeah,
that we talked about it a while back.
That'd be a good one for Chrissy here to jump in. She has a lot of experience with this, with multiple projects, I might add. We're not the first project that she's done, and so she's very familiar with that. Chrissy?
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Chrissy Haskins with Dufresne Group. So the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, they tend to change their funding every year, which makes it more fun for us to keep track of. So in this past year, so February of 2020, we submitted a priority list application for the town. And that put us on the list for this construction project and put us in the queue for the construction funding. For that year's funding, which starts July 1st of 2020 and extends to June 30th of 2021, they offered a 25% first come, first serve subsidy for any project. It's not affordability related. And this is the first time that I'm aware of that they've done that. Normally their subsidies have been mostly affordability related. So this was a big push for them to use some of their money and to get a lot of projects done. Brattleboro was ranked #1 on their priority list below the emergency projects. So this is the highest ranked project for the state. And so the remainder of the loan terms are to be decided once we submit our construction application and have the readiness to proceed criteria, which includes your bond vote. And then they'll put together the construction loan terms for you. So right now it's looking like a 30-year term, and the interest rate can range from 0 to 3%. We would expect it to be much closer to 0 for the town of Brattleboro. And then, as Steve noted, there's also the potential forgiveness on the planning loan of $50,000.
Great, thank you.
Ian,
Oh, hi, Steve. Hi, Chrissy. I didn't think this agenda could be more exciting until I saw the water treatment project was on it. So I'm excited to talk about this for a minute. And correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but for the public, in the draft warning of the article for RTM, this is Article 11 for the bond vote for the $12,500,000.
It is definitely on that warning. I'm flipping through papers. I trust you that it's Article 11.
It's Article 11. If you want to look at that, that's what Steve was referring to a little earlier. My question is about the Act 250 permit. So it was done today. Could you walk me through what the next steps on that? Is there any possibility that, like the state fire division, when they reviewed it, that they added things that we needed to do? Could this Act 250 permit lead to that as well?
So we're all looking at each other. I think I'm going to defer to Chrissy and your experience with projects like this as to your expectation of what will come out of the Act 250 process, please.
Thanks. We
Sure.
talked about that today, about the Act 250, and Chrissy's well-versed on this one also.
Ian, that was a great question. And so what we like to do is right up front, before we even submit an application Act 250, we contact all of the relevant agencies at the state to see what their requirements are going to be and to see if we need a permit from them. So when we submit our Act 250 applications, we have tried to nail down everything that we're going to need for the project. So we've already been in touch with like the folks at Shoreland Protection, wetlands. And we've gone through all of the agencies, and we actually already have been in touch with the building permit folks, the fire marshal. And so I don't expect that anything should be added as part of the Act 250 permit, because we really have gone through all of the permits that we already need, and they've all been submitted already.
And one other quick note to that, an Act 250 permit application for a project of this magnitude in a location where there wasn't already a facility of this type would be a much heavier lift. But here, what we're doing is replacing in kind with proper modern facilities.
I appreciate that too. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
The other thing, Ian, is we're not changing the location. That was another big factor. You know, it'd be different if we're moving this facility closer to residential or something of that nature. But the footprint also is desirable as far as Act 250, because we're in the same area.
thanks, Steve. Liz?
I just wanted to mention that, you know, of course, we all think it's good and prudent and efficient for us to make sure we have a safe water supply. But in Michigan, in Flint, people did a very bad, you know, a series of very bad mistakes. And so I just want to point out that this responsibility that we have is very serious. And I think all the board members and town staff do take it seriously to provide clean water for the town.
Thanks, Liz. That's appreciated, because it was a whole different challenge for us back in '89. I mean, there was still a mindset that, you know, water should be free and you don't really need to filter it because it's in Vermont. And, you know, we've come a long ways, and that project that built this original facility, it was pretty educational for the public and for us also, but that proved the importance of it, you know, to our users. So I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Since I don't see any other board hands, I just had one clarification. It's probably for, well, either Steve or Peter, I guess. the representative town meeting informational meeting, that's going to be separate?
Yes, I'll take that one. So because of the complexity of this, you as a board now are seeing this for at least the third time, and have made significant decisions along the way around this. So we've been partners in this, and we knew that this was going to be sort of a final step that you were expecting. When we go to present this same information to the representative town meeting members, it will be new for many of them. And because it's so important that we move forward with the project, and it is a very significant investment of $12 million, we want to make sure there's plenty of time to present the information and to discuss it, to receive questions and make sure everybody knows everything that they need to know to be able to cast an informed vote. So we'll follow the practice that the town did related to the sewer upgrade project, and also what we did related to the police fire facilities project, which is to hold a separate informational meeting. So make sure there's plenty of time and space for that process. We anticipate asking for that to be a week prior to the regular information meeting. So the regular information meeting will be on March 10th, prior to the March 20th town meeting, representative town meeting. So we're expecting to ask for March 3rd or thereabouts. There's some flexibility in terms of the exact final decision that you'll make about when to warn the informational meeting for this project.
Okay. March 2021, right?
March 2021, yes.
That would be this year.
That would be 6 to 8 weeks from now is when all of that's expected.
All right, just making sure. I mean, who doesn't want to have another meeting, right? Everybody? So. Good. So further questions, follow-ups? No? Okay, well, I believe it was an update. We don't really have an action to take, correct?
Right. When we get to the warning is when you'll see that language. I believe it's in Article 11, Ian?
Yes.
That is specific to this project. So the purpose of this moment in the agenda was simply to give you the update, let you know where we stand at 90% plans.
Great. Well, that seems like it. I thank Steve and Chrissy for participating with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the info.
Thank
And
you,
Peter,
guys.
do I have to unconvene as water sewer commissioners?
Yes, please.
It's been so long since we've done the commissioner thing, so I would entertain a vote to do that.
Daniel, it looks like you're
I
right.
can't remember it. I honestly.
It's not unconvene, I'll tell you that.
Move to
I know.
adjourn as water.
Move to adjourn.
Right. Oh my Lord. Sorry. Yes. Well, what Peter said.
See, if we were paid better for this, it would all run so much more smoothly, right?
What did I walk in on?
Daniel has made a motion to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. All those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
And that's 5-0. Okay, so we move on to unfinished business and a couple of big ones. The first one being a general FY22 proposed budget with 4 agenda items underneath. And I think Peter is going to kick us off on a review of the current status, which is very important for us as board members and our constituents to understand the timing of the decisions we have to make on our budget that we send forward to town meeting.
Thank you. So I'm going to give a quick summary of what has changed in the proposed budget while you've been giving it consideration over these last couple of months. This will be the 10th time that you've discussed the proposed budget since the first week of November when we presented staff's proposal to you. And at this stage, as you approach final decisions, there have been no changes in the revenues that are anticipated for FY22. And on the expenditure side, you have approved 3 changes. The addition of $66,061 to the Human Services funding per the recommendation of the Human Services Review Committee of RTM. You've increased the proposed funding for street paving within the capital improvement program by $50,000 from $350,000 proposed by staff to $400,000 to accomplish more miles of paving. And you have approved BCTV's request to increase its annual funding from the town from $5,000 to $7,000. So there's a $2,000 increase there. The three items together have added just about a penny to the tax rate at $118,061. So the budget as currently proposed, you'll give consideration to two additional items this evening, and perhaps more, but at least two additional items. But as currently proposed, the budget would result in a 3.71 cent increase to the property tax rate. The two additional items that you will consider here in a moment are the select board stipend, the amount of compensation that you receive for service as select board members, and separate from that, the funding for the police department's training program, where there's a request for an increase from $27,000 to $40,000 that you will give further consideration to. And any other items. This would be the night that if any of you have any other budgetary items that you want to consider with the select board that might affect your recommendation to representative town meeting, it'd be important to raise them tonight so that we can try to resolve those matters tonight and bring you a budget, the full 20 pages of detailed line items in the backup materials that'll go out on Friday for you to approve next Tuesday night as your recommended budget to RTM.
Thank you, Peter, on that summary of net impact. So board comments, questions on this portion of our proposed budget? No, pretty straightforward. I'm sorry, Brandy, did you say something?
So we need to make decisions about the items. Sorry, I gotta have my kid turn down the TV out there. It's distracting me, but we need to make decisions about those items underneath that. And one of them is what, the select board compensation? That's the holdover from last week, right?
Yeah, that's our next agenda item. We have a,
Okay, perfect.
I
Then
guess,
I'll-
and this is that moment where Peter always says to us, if you recall from previous years, Brandy, anything else? So Peter is officially saying that to us now. It doesn't mean you can't add something, but you'll really stress him out if you don't, if you do it after tonight.
yeah.
Okay, so if all that's clear to my four fellow board members, we could move on to additional consideration of select board compensation. I won't really cue it up too much, except to say that this is certainly something that's going to be considered whether or not we give it further consideration. I think, Brandy, you were, not to call you out, but you were asking for a little bit more time to think about it. So I'll just put you on the spot if you don't mind.
I don't mind. And I wanted more time to think about it because my gut instinct is this is uncomfortable to talk about. And I think we should send it to RTM. And I was pretty confident in that. And then it was interesting to hear the feedback of that's a little, you know, kind of just putting it off on RTM doesn't really give a number to work with. And I should be thinking about this from the perspective of the next person. So that's what I kind of needed to mull over. Oh, I just got a thing that says my internet is unstable. Can you guys hear me okay?
We've been hearing a little bit of hiccups. I'm wondering, are the kids also streaming? Not
They
to be
were
IT
playing
person.
Minecraft and now they're not. Maybe it's just taking a while for it to catch back up, but they were playing Minecraft.
We can hear you fine now.
okay now?
Yeah, and if you
Okay.
see that notice again, you might want to just turn off your camera and that will help things.
Oh, okay, good idea. So I don't really know what to
Oh, you're-
say about this because my woman part being little waspy. I don't really want to talk about my own salary. But maybe we should put a placeholder in there so that it's not just a willy-nilly, throwing the ball with a blindfold on at the meeting. And so, oh, good, Daniel's raising. It's like, I really don't know what to do, but I'm just like, I'm hearing the feedback. I'm trying to let it get through my reactivity. So that's what I have to say. Maybe Daniel has something smarter to say than I do.
Oh, I doubt that. Let's see. Last time we talked about this, I sort of raised like alternative structures, not necessarily different numbers. I mean, we could talk about different numbers, or town meeting could talk about different numbers, but I was uncertain about like whether we could, explicitly have different systems. The one I mentioned was that there would be like a pot of money available for all board members, and board members say how much of it they need, ranging from 0 to whatever. I received a bit of feedback from a community member about that they liked that. And also they thought that having a base level to like start with, so everybody would receive at least X, and then there's an amount available to be divvied up between board members as for their needs. And so like, that sounds like an interesting idea. I just don't know how RTM like gets to act on that. Like that wouldn't fit really within like the question that they're asked, I don't think. And so I'm just looking for some guidance on that. I'd be curious about it, but I don't really know how to proceed with it.
Liz?
I know I have, and maybe others have had discussions with Millicent Cooley about this. I don't know if she's on the call now and wants to discuss it. But we discussed what the meaning of a stipend is. And it's to help defray expenses associated with our duties. So what I learned upon joining the select board was that it was supposed to defray the costs of babysitting or elder care or, takeout or whatever the board member would need to get them to the meeting. But and I also discussed the fact that, if you consider that we've had 40 meetings this year, and let's say they're each 5 hours, and you assign $15 an hour, that's $3,000. So that sounds like the stipend. And other than saying that, and if Millicent wants to talk about it, great. Otherwise, I think we should have this discussion at town meeting. I think it's their prerogative more than ours.
Ian?
Not really comment, just some clarification on Liz's comment for the public. Millicent Cooley is on the Finance Committee for representative meeting, and she, I'm not to speak for her, but my understanding is that she and the Finance Committee are working on a item for RTM to consider when they're looking at this warrant article for RTM, which will include some material based on the 2017 Finance Committee report on the same topic.
Thanks, Ian. Daniel?
Thanks. Liz, I hear what you're saying about stipends, and I fully agree that that is an appropriate definition for stipend. In the budget, it says board salaries, and salaries are different. And like, I don't feel like we should go to that place of like, this is what this word means. Like, I think we all know that the question here is about, is this about increasing access to the board? Is it fair compensation for the board's work? Honestly, Liz, when you break it down like that in terms of number of hours per meeting, yeah, that's fair compensation for sitting in these meetings. I think, we also all know that like the work of being on the select board is not just these meetings. You know, it's these meetings plus probably a roughly equivalent number of hours each week. And so when I spoke with Millicent on Saturday, we talked about, like, yeah, would increasing the stipend or the salary or whatever you want to call the compensation, would it improve access to the board? And in my opinion, it's one piece of improving access to the board. That doesn't mean that, like, you know, we shouldn't talk about it. And town meeting, as I'm sure Mr. Dimes, who's on deck, will tell us, we'll talk about it, right? This is on the agenda. I know that when the letter was written to us to ask about this, in part, they wanted space to kick around some ideas. And I think they also want some guidance from us, because they know that the budget that we send to town meeting, for the most part, is what, you know, it's not going to get radically altered at town meeting, at least in my experience of town meeting. It'll get chipped away at or added to. So if we send, you know, 3,000, well, if we send 17,000 as the line, that's what they'll work with. If we send 25, that's where they'll start, you know. And so we could send a higher amount. I guess my question with Millicent was, like, what higher amount is the critical amount to increase access to this position?
Right.
And I don't know what the answer is.
I think I'll just comment as a board member that, you know, I don't think it's any mystery that it's been tradition, and I'm fine with upending tradition if that's the board's desire. The tradition is to just say, what shall the town pay as salaries? I think salary is used for, oh, you want to give me the actual language, please?
Yeah, I guess we don't use this, but a little point of information for, it's not salary and it's not stipend, it's compensation. And it's Article 13.
In the article?
Yeah, so, sorry, if I might just interject, that's a result of the conversation this year. It has, for as long as I've been part of this, it's been called salaries. And I think for a whole lot longer before that, it was called salaries in the budget, and it was called salaries in the warning. We've had the stipend conversation. That caused us to go back to the charter, and we found compensation there.
Okay. So we're all right.
We've worded the warning to say compensation for select board.
We're sort of all right. But that doesn't get to my point being that in the past, rightly or wrongly, I think many previous boards have considered the fact of giving themselves a raise or suggesting a raise that's an amount that's different from the previous years is at best impolite, I guess. But that doesn't mean we couldn't put the actual amount that we are currently getting paid and make that the actual number. If it feels like, I heard Brandy saying that it feels like we're not putting forward the number clearly. I think you know, a number could be put in there, or maybe it couldn't. Peter's raising his hand again.
So you probably could. The way that has been transparent to the body in the past, to the RTM body, is in the motion. And that's true of many of the aspects of the warning. The wording of the warning article, of the warrant article, doesn't include the specific narrow action that is contemplated, to give room for the discussion that's going to occur and have there be enough room for there to be some modification and have it still be germane. So instead of warning an article for $17,000, you warn an article that says, what compensation shall we pay the select board? Then the motion is, we shall pay the select board $17,000.
Okay.
And the debate starts from there.
Sure. Sure. Irregardless, which I hear is a word.
Oh, my ear just started bleeding.
Hey, Webster, I think they say it's a word and it's very hard to swallow, but let me just finish my point and I'll go right to Daniel. Is that the tradition has been to send it forward at the current level. That's fair, right? Does everybody agree with that? I personally don't feel like it's appropriate for us to participate in direct discussions of a raise, but certainly discussing all of these issues is something that we can welcome as a healthy discussion in town meeting. And please remember that it's a separate article in town meeting, so it is completely under the purview of RTM, what we get paid. Daniel.
Thank you. I sort of lost my train, but I'm going to see if I can get it back on the track. You know, reframing this is like, this is not us talking about a raise for ourselves. This is us talking about trying to improve access to this position. You know, my seat, Ian's seat, and Brandy's seat all expire within a month or so. And I know from conversations with Hillary Francis that very few people have put their hat in the ring to be on the select board. I cannot say why, you know, because who knows, for multiple reasons, I'm sure. But we would like to see more people, well, more people running for these positions is better for the town, right? Why are they not running 5-hour-long Zoom meetings every week? I don't know.
We might have scared them off this year.
You know, and say that again, Brandy.
I said we might have scared them off this year.
Might have scared them off this year. This one, yeah. And so, you know, like I remember when we talked about this last year, and last year was my first budget cycle, and you know, I've been aware of the conversation around whether this compensation is appropriate for the job. You know, is it a job? Is it volunteer service? I get all of that. I hope that when town meeting considers it, they could start from a place of like, does this money achieve what we need it to achieve? Are there ways we can work with this money to make it more equitable? I know that when I talked with Millicent, that her interest was in the kind of increasing access side of things as well. And are there other things the town can do to increase access to these positions of power? I don't know. I guess that's a long-winded way of saying I don't think this is just us talking about a raise, right? For some of us, if we did the kind of thing that I was suggesting, where there's a pot of money and each person lets, I don't know, the town manager or the town manager secretary know how much they need from that pot above this base level, then some of us may end up with less money. You know, it's not necessarily like we're each trying to line our pockets. It's more about all of our needs are different. I don't have childcare expenses. I don't know. So just trying to kind of make space for that piece of the conversation. I don't think it's just about us becoming wealthier by $1,000 a year or some other number. And with that, I will cease.
Okay, well, we have 4 hands that are willing to chime in. First being Kurt, has had his hand up quite a while. So I'm going to go ahead and take that question.
Hi, everybody. Kurt Dimes.
Oh,
I
hi,
work
Kurt.
with Brattleboro Common Sense, and I have been on a regular basis proposing a raise for the select board at almost every town meeting. And I'm trying to make your work lighter. So I'll offer this. You don't have to debate this, and Brandy should not feel bad. She's not offering to pass it off on the RTM. RTM is supposed to do it. And that's by the charter. Charter says, the representative town meeting shall fix and from time to time may alter the number of members, the manner of their election, their term of office, their compensation, if any, and other duties and functions. So that's number one. It is part of the RTM's regular duties. And also, I support that, the idea that you don't have to bother with this. You don't have to take up your time with this, because section 6 under select board duties says, the select board shall have the general oversight of the affairs and property of the town, not committed to the care of any particular officer. So the fact that RTM is already charged with this means explicitly that you don't have to do it. It's just try to take this work off your plate. And yeah, that's it. You don't have to do this. You don't have to debate it. It's not your job. Isn't that great? Something's not your job.
I agree. But I don't want to suppress the debate either. So next we're going to take Witchy.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk and sorry about the lighting.
It's dramatic.
I'm working on the lighting. So I've been fortunate enough to sit in Vermont's Racial Equity Task Force, where we actually have talked about what are the limits and barriers to people, especially people of color, to running for office. So I can shed some insight a little bit on that and thought it might be useful for you to hear that. One, compensation is definitely a big barrier for sure. It's not the only one, like Daniel said, but it's a big one. Especially like Daniel said, there's much more work to be done outside of these meetings, and it's especially hard for people with children. So that's sort of like a general finding, and that's not just here in Brattleboro, that's in general in Vermont. But I do value the fact that you're having this conversation in the first place, even if it goes to RTM, right? I think it is important that we raise the compensation if it is something that you would like to increase access to. That's just one of the things. The other things that we have found is that people don't necessarily know how to, like, for example, if a position's open, how are people going to find out? And even if the position is open, people don't necessarily know where to submit it, how to submit it, what is the process for this, especially people who are maybe newer to governance and want to try out a select board seat. Also, mentorship is important. A lot of these things happen because you know someone. And especially happens because you're asked. A very, very interesting observation is that I can't remember the name of the organization, but there's an organization in Vermont that uplifts women and to put them into politics. And the general reason for them to not have gone into office before is because they were never asked. So that's something important also to remember as we try to uplift people in our community to political positions. It's important that we also reach out a hand and be like, hey, would you want to run for select board? And this is how to do it. So wanted to put those things out there to help you be a little more informed, at least from conversations that I've been in. Thank you.
Before you go away, Richie,
yeah.
hold on, because Liz
Yeah.
raised your hand and I have a feeling it was one of these, but go ahead, Liz.
Well, I just wanted to mention that I am an Emerge graduate, and there are barriers to women participating in government. And both Becca Ballant and Emily Kornheiser and others in our community, Sarah Coffey, are all Emerge graduates, because that push, that recognition that women's voices are necessary and women approach public service differently is very important. And, you know, there are parallels to a variety of members of the community feeling empowered so that they can run for office.
Thanks, Liz.
Thanks,
Ian, and then I'll.
Yeah, and I won't hold Witchy up here for too long, but I just wanted to say that Witchy much more succinctly and more articulately spoke to what I was trying to speak to a number of meetings ago when we were talking about the website. And I am really excited when the town invests money in upgrading the website, that we also invest and look into how we engage the community and get people involved. And I think that these things go hand in hand. And, you know, I think we had a good conversation then, and I'm really excited next year as this conversation continues and we do that investment and we get a new website, that conversation grows.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you. And thank you, Witchy. I'm going to take another hand here. Kaz has a hand up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Kaz. Yeah, I just wanted to respond very quickly to something you said, Tim, about it maybe not being polite to vote on giving ourselves a raise. And like the only connotations I have of the word polite at this point in my life are like methods that ruling classes have to like suppress discourse that it like would question their like authority or power. It's like every time like teachers or parents or doctors or like or politicians, like whenever I've heard that word polite used, it's like that's what they're talking about. So I'm just gonna urge you, please don't make policy decisions based on what's polite. I don't actually really like have big feelings about how much politicians are paid. I'm just like, don't do that. Sorry, thanks.
Point taken. Thanks. Gary.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Can you hear me? Good. Great to see you guys this new year. Daniel, did I hear a word? Daniel said there was an opening. There was an opening for committee. 3. Look at that. Well, I have, I signed up for one, but
From everything else.
I tell you, it's like, wow, all these openings. I'm like, this is awesome. But I was thinking about what you were saying, not just you have to put it on the website, but I don't know, what do you guys think of also mentioning it at the meetings? I mean, we mentioned committee openings, but do we mention select board seats that are available? I don't know if you ever brought that up at any of the
Some of us get nervous mentioning it.
It's impolite.
It's impolite.
It's good table talk.
But it's important for people to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially new people coming into town, getting it out there. I mean, it's a good thing to have it flourish. And also what you guys are mentioning about sales, you guys definitely deserve that. I mean, after RTM meetings, you guys probably need something for like Outback Steakhouse, a gift certificate too, and a couple of other good things. And I was thinking like situations like this, when we have a pandemic, how do you compensate you guys for this too? When we had all these meetings and things like that, there should be something like essential worker type of compensation for you people on the select board and all the other people that come on here that really do something. And I think it's awesome, and it's good that you're taking time to think about it, put your thinking caps on. I mean, I don't know how you clarify it as per diem or salary or whatever. There's something on the charter that I don't know if you're going to be able to incorporate, because who would have thought of a pandemic and Zooming? Because while you're Zooming, you're saying to yourself, well, I'm not getting babysitting, I'm not traveling, I'm sitting here at the comforts of my own home in safety and quarantining or whatever. But that's something you might want to consider too, maybe a little essential help from the state, because a lot of people, if you guys didn't put this together too, this was like awesome, when we first started out, and how this thing just flourished. I have to say, I'm really proud of you guys, and I'm really appreciative what you guys have been doing since this begun, and hopefully it'll be ending. We'll see each other in person.
Yeah.
Daniel has a hand.
Nice.
Someday.
Thank you, Gary. Run for select board. I'm going to tell everybody.
I just wanted to kind of speak very plainly to that point. So like, this is the last select board meeting we will have before the consent of candidacy forms are due in. So if you want to be on the ballot to be a select board member, there are 2 one-year seats open. Ian and I both currently have a 1-year seat, and that will expire, whenever it is that it expires. Brandy currently has a 3-year seat, and that also expires at the same time. So Ian, Brandy, and myself could potentially be off the board. I have already put in a consent of candidacy form, so my name will be on the ballot for a 1-year seat. I don't want to speak for anybody else, so they might want to say something about that if they want to. But like, if people who are watching this meeting and think that, what, these people haven't got a clue what they're talking about, or they don't do this work properly, or they're missing a perspective, you can put your name on the ballot this year by simply getting a consent of candidacy form from the town clerk, returning it to them with a signature, and that's that. Getting elected is a whole other story, but like getting on the ballot, is fairly straightforward. I spoke with 2 people this weekend who were interested in running, and I'd be happy to talk with other people as well about like what the work is like. And, you know, as has already been mentioned, right? It's not just about money. It's like, do people feel this is something that is for them, right? Do people feel this is something that they're allowed to even think about doing? And I know that Emerge, there's a lot of really important work around, like, you know, thinking of yourself as somebody that can be that leader in public. And I don't know, something that I'm sure we've all grown into over time. None of us was born a select board member. Maybe Tim, were you born?
No, not at all.
I'm rousing you. I'm rousing you. All right, I'm going to be quiet now.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. Lack of other hands, I just wanted to chime in that this year is the easiest year ever because you don't have to go out and get those signatures. So that's an encouraging thing for this year at least. And just wanted to point out that, as Daniel pointed out, there's 2 one-year seats and 1 3-year seat, and that is the case every single year, the way the system is designed. And I find a beauty in that setup that I find very satisfying. One reason I find it satisfying is because if people trust you for the 1 year, it's traditional. You know, a person new to the board traditionally goes for a 1, but that doesn't certainly has to be the case. But when people start to get to know your feelings and the way you act on the board, that's, you know, when people sometimes step into a 3, which is much more of a bigger commitment. So there's a certain poetry to it that I find excitingly democratic, put it that way. But yes, this is the time before next Monday, correct? This coming Monday.
5
So
p.m.
I'm sorry?
5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Yeah.
Let Hillary know. Sonia is next. Hi, Sonia. Thanks for your patience. We went off a little bit.
That's okay. You know, pro-democracy and stuff here. Just going back to the stipend salary compensation conversation, since I'm just going to talk about it every week that you guys bring it up. This has kind of been said, but I just want to continue to underline. This is not essential. This is not sufficient to increase access to the select board, but it is essential. And I think there's a lot of other things that could change to make it much more accessible to participate in town government. And I love Ian's idea of the like community engagement officer. I don't know if it was your idea, but your excitement around this community engagement officer or whatever it's called. I can't tell you how hard it has been to figure out the date for RTM in the past. You know, like really basic stuff. It's like count the 3rd Tuesday after the 1st Monday, and it's like divide it by 4 and like make sure you put on, you know, it's just like, just give me a date, you know? So give me a Facebook invite, give me a calendar invite, like make it easy. But this, we know, I mean, we just spoke to this with more data than we have, but like I can count 3 people in the last few months who have said they would run if it were not for the compensation issue. We know this is core to it. And if you all aren't going to be able to give RTM a larger number for us to start talking with, then like I would really love some input as to how else can this happen? Because we talked for I think 2+ hours at the last RTM about it, and it basically it never got anywhere because it's, you know, 150+ people talking through Robert's rules and on Zoom. So really, like it's not a, there's question marks about how to get more people involved in town government. This is not one of them. This we know is essential. So just rah, please at least start this and have us start the conversation where we know we need to be. Thanks.
Daniel, and then Ian.
I said I was going to be quiet, and I lied because I realized I had one more thing to say. So like, this is speaking directly to what Sonia just asked. I think that when this article comes up in representative town meeting, if the first thing that happens is someone amends it to increase the amount, That then drives the conversation. If you start the conversation generally, discursively, then you can discuss all the stuff. But if someone makes a motion that then is seconded and it moves it down this path of like, just focusing on the money, then that's how the conversation goes. I mean, I'm sure there are other ways to kind of get around that, but I am not a skilled parliamentarian. It's much easier with just 5 people on the board. It's much harder with such a large group as that. And, so just making space for that conversation early on might allow for a more free-flowing exchange of ideas rather than kind of very narrowly kind of getting it on the dollars and cents thing right away. But people are going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah. And I see HB has a hand up. I just want to give Ian an opportunity.
Let's let HB speak, and then I've got another comment.
HB, would you mind chiming in?
Hi, folks. Like Brandy, I have had some internet connectivity problems, so I'm going to stay just audio. I'm glad we're having this conversation before RTM. Like Sonia was saying, we've taken ourselves down an hours-long rabbit hole in the recent past. Many thoughts about this question. I guess one is, encouraging you all to recognize this conversation is not about necessarily people who are currently serving on the board. I think for me and my own work, my own board of my organization has pushed me to recognize that increasing compensation, increasing benefits is often about the folks who are coming after. I'm appreciating people's perspective on this of, using your power and access to increase access to power. It sounds a little redundant, but I do think, I'll speak for myself. I'm a working class person, I'm queer and trans, and money is the #1 reason I've not run for select board, because I know I'm going to need to reduce paid work in other parts of my life in order to do this job in the way that it needs to be done for our community. And in order to do that, I need more than $3,000 to make my life work. It is absolutely the #1 reason why I haven't run. And I'm like, ooh, I will win. It's the #1 reason why I'm not on the select board presently. So I think, there's a lot more work to do, absolutely, in expanding access for people to be in these positions, to be involved in town government, to have access in these ways. We know we need to do a lot more. And I think to me, this one is very foundational, is very basic. So I would encourage you to send a higher number to RTM at the beginning, because the wording of the articles that's coming from the select board holds a lot of weight in my experience in that body. And it's much easier to move something through if folks are saying the select board thinks this is a good idea, we should stand behind them, as opposed to it coming from the body itself. So that's my encouragement in this conversation. Happy to talk more to folks between now and RTM as well.
Thanks, HB. Ian.
Yeah, so, I think I feel very strongly that this is an RTM issue, and I feel, I was going to quote the charter if Kurt didn't. But I also hear the issue of how it's being presented so that there can actually be fruitful conversation so that RTM can do its job and discuss this issue as it is entitled under the charter. So I'm curious, Peter, if we can talk about for a second. So the warning, the article in RTM is super open. It's just, what is the compensation going to be for this year? I understand the language is different than last year. So then whoever actually makes the motion limits it immediately. Is there a way that the motion could be made where it was not limited?
Yeah, I think there is. And the good news is that while you're on deadline for finalizing your budget and on deadline for finalizing the warning, there's still some time before you're going to finalize motions. That's actually a month away. I think one important thing that'll happen between now and then is we'll have a better idea where the Finance Committee is going with its work on this matter. And that's the Finance Committee of Representative Town Meeting. Depending on what we learn about how that is moving forward, I think that will inform the framing of the motion that would kick off this conversation at that time.
Because I really appreciate that, Peter. And I'll follow up by saying that while I think that this is an RTM issue and is solely within RTM's jurisdiction, it is the select board's responsibility, in my belief, to make sure that RTM can do their job. And so, yeah, I think that we should hear this criticism that RTM's struggling with this particular article, and there has been intense conversation every year. And I think that it's the select board's responsibility to try to navigate that and make it easier for RTM to actually have a discussion on this and get an actual, let them do their job. So I would be really interested in pursuing that further when we hear from the Finance Committee.
Daniel.
I just can't get away from this topic. You know, thinking about like the representative town meeting finance committee are going to prepare a report. I would expect that report to have a focus on money, right? Like we do not have a representative. Well, I know that Elizabeth Millicent asked other questions, but like primarily, right? That's their focus. They're focused on finance. I'll finish and I'll be real quick, I promise. I just kind of wondered, like, is there any kind of like scope for representative town meeting creating an access and engagement committee, or like could the board create some such committee, you know, in the near future, and it could be charged with looking at things like this, you know? I don't know
Or an officer.
if that's even germane right now, but it came to me and I just wanted to voice it.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear what Ian just said. Liz.
I believe that based on Millicent's questions to all of us, that the scope and nature of her reporting and the Finance Committee's reporting to town meeting is much broader than the money itself. It's the whole engagement issue, and I'm content to let them present their findings. And in presenting their findings, open the discussion, including the basic philosophical discussion that's before us in their own terms as a representative town meeting committee.
I think that will be helpful to me.
Did we just land somewhere and I didn't quite realize it? Where did we land?
$10,000 each. No.
We're gonna take this up again? No.
After we hear from the Finance Committee.
I thought we were going to let town meeting and the Finance Committee carry the day.
And you
Okay.
have spoken to, when you as a select board are dealing with the proposed motions to kick off each of the different articles, you'll
Right.
give some conscious consideration at that time to how to frame this one in a way that opens up room for this discussion.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I want to make a personal commitment because everybody's probably suspicious of me trying to do this. I don't want to speak to this motion immediately in town meeting, as is sometimes
All right.
our desire if we feel really strongly about it. I do also want to say that part of the non-success of town meeting raising salaries is that there's a substantial number of our residents who believe that we shouldn't be professionalizing the select board, and believe that, which is true, we are paid higher than most select boards in the state of Vermont. That's not to say it's not appropriate to raise it. It's just, these are two arguments that weigh strongly at town meeting. So you have to sharpen your arguments going in, I think. And I would encourage people to, you know, town meeting has a pretty generous threshold meeting quorum. So groups of RTM members can meet legally and talk about plans on how they're going to persuade the rest of town meeting to vote. So Kurt has already spoken on the issue, but what do you think? Let's give
1 minute.
Let's give him a follow-up. Kurt, do you have an elevator pitch of under 1 minute?
Yeah, I'm trying to make your job shorter, your meeting
I know you
shorter,
are.
and and your job easier.
Thank you.
The article could be presented like it is every year, and for the open framing, you could do it like you do the budget, to see, quote, to see how much the body will allow for the defrayment of and compensation, so forth like that. The budget articles are always to see how much, and the one about the your salaries, your compensation could be framed with the same wording, to see how much.
Okay.
Thanks, Kurt.
I think we're gonna play with that, or at least look to playing with that language, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so everybody okay to move on?
Yep.
Am I forgetting anything for that item, the review of select board compensation? Okay. Our next item, let's see, timing wise, should we take a sort of a summary of this and then take a break, or would you rather take a break now, board?
Summary, then break?
Sure.
Summary, then break.
Great. So the summary might be kicked off by Peter. And then I think we're going to bring in Acting Chief Kerrigan.
So the budget as proposed by staff recommended $40,000 of funding for police department training this year, or in FY22, in this budget that we're finalizing now. And that's a $13,000 increase over the $27,000 figure that's for that same purpose, police department training, in the current FY21 budget. One of the recommendations in the community safety report is to maintain level funding of the of that police department training line item at $27,000. And so you have as a pending decision from your discussions on a couple of prior evenings regarding the community safety report, the sort of the convergence of the community safety report and the finalizing of the FY22 budget, include this discussion and this decision regarding the amount of funding for police department training. Later tonight, in fact, in the very next agenda item after you finish with the FY22 budget discussions, there'll be a broader discussion about the other recommendations of the community safety report. But for this next conversation, you're focusing on police department training and the sort of parameters within the parameters that I just described.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome, Acting Chief Kerrigan.
Thank you.
So I think we'd be looking for some commentary from you as far as your pitch for raising training, basically.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think I've articulated to the board in the past the two general areas that we hope to invest in training. One being diversity, equity, and inclusion type training, and then also de-escalation type of training. And I can go a little bit more into the weeds, specifically related to the type of training I want to do within those two subject areas. Initially, the DEI training, there's been a fair amount of talk across the profession, was also mentioned in the report that Emily Megas Russell and Shay Witzberger presented about police not necessarily knowing what training is inherently going to be best for them in this subject area. And again, as I think I've mentioned before, I agree with that. And I think some money needs to be invested in finding subject matter experts with lived experience who understand some of those issues, frankly, better than the police department does, and certainly better than I do. The report had mentioned that it would be beneficial if those were local folks, and that certainly makes sense to me that we would want to engage with local folks if there was a vendor who could provide that locally. More specifically, here at the department, we've had a fair amount of training over the years in implicit bias. I think that's an important, but it's an important first step in the process for us. Awareness is certainly important, but regardless of awareness, really the ultimate goal is to ensure that police officers aren't actually treating people any differently because of their race or their gender or another protected class. Awareness is one thing, but actually making sure that we have the skills and tools to be treating people properly and not making bad decisions on the street is important. I hope to find and secure some kind of training that will sort of operationalize the idea that we can't allow implicit biases, which I think everyone acknowledges we all have, that everybody has. We can't allow that to influence how we do our work. I want to make sure that my officers have all the tools that they need to ensure that the implicit biases that they have don't manifest themselves into practice on the street. I want to make sure that we work to have it so that the decisions they have or the decisions they make on the street aren't biased and don't represent any implicit biases that they may hold or that anyone else may hold. Another piece related to that type of training, which frankly we already do in several other areas of our training, is it can't be sort of a one and done type of a training. You know, I hope to engage in this type of training periodically throughout the year, multiple sessions of this type of training, and to be frank, multiple sessions of this type of training are going to cost more money. And that's the basis for a request for what I recognize is a pretty substantial and meaningful increase, almost a 50% increase. Speaking to the de-escalation, I'd like to spend some of our training dollars to enhance de-escalation training that we already do. We've been doing de-escalation training here at the police department for a number of years. It sort of adapts and changes every year. This past year, just as an example, we started including scenario-based training for mandated interventions by officers. We actually have officers that are going to enter scenarios and deal with situations where another officer, role player, is acting illegally and illegally using force. And in order to successfully complete that training, officers are going to have to actually go through the motions of intervening to prevent that officer from illegally using force. I think it's important to recognize that you can't just say these things are going to happen. You can't just have a policy and hope that these things are going to happen. If we want to integrate it into the culture of the police department, we need to actually physically practice doing it. That's one of the things, one of the changes to the training that we're doing this year. Other specific changes I'd like to do, much of our current training related to de-escalation with the public involves calming situations down, using tools such as taking our time, creating distance, slowing events. And that really creates an opportunity for more well thought out decisions by police officers before they take action. And certainly it creates space and an opportunity for voluntary compliance by the subjects that we're dealing with so that force doesn't have to be used. I want to continue doing this, but I want to enhance this training even further with scenario-based training that doesn't just focus on handling situations safely, but also starts to explore circumstances where the very presence of a police officer simply may not be needed in order to ensure broader public safety. So we're planning on including scenarios and training where police officers are trained to recognize when perhaps they shouldn't even be there or don't necessarily need to be there and can just withdraw from a situation rather than trying to negotiate or control a situation. That's sort of the 1,000-foot view, drilled down a little bit, maybe to 500 feet of what we're hoping to do with the extra allocated money if you choose to increase the budget.
Okay. Liz.
I just want to talk for a minute about what I think is kind of a third way. I think the report discussed not having training in this or increased training in this budget year, but the police were hoping that there'd be more guidance from the report about the type of training that they recommend. And I think the report does say something, while at the same time saying that they don't want additional money. They want an opportunity to discuss the type of training. And I think that in itself is training. You know, the report talks about training, paying for this initial discussion. And I think that that is exactly what the town of Brattleboro has the expertise for now. I would like it if John Ungerleider got on the call to discuss what he explained to me is elicitive training, which is using members of the community and the police department to define what training should be. What you can get out of the training is elicited from the people in the training themselves. And so it's not my profession, but it is John. And there are people who, it's kind of like the restorative justice model that, you know, I don't want this report or the people who say no training to give up on the police department. I think the police department can learn and change. And I think the community can come together and make that change happen. And I consider that those conversations are training. And so I don't think we're that far apart on this issue, because I think we all want more training, more Brattleboro-based training, training that acknowledges the harm, and training that goes forward to do better, you know, to take what we've learned in this report, to involve the police department themselves, and you know, restore trust and repair the harm that's been done and move forward together. I think that's the only way to continue this dialogue with the police department as a part of it. To me, that constitutes training.
Okay, thanks, Liz. Board, does everybody have a strong feeling to ask questions, make statements? I do want to take our break within minutes. Is that where you were raising your hand about, Daniel? Okay.
Yeah. I don't feel like I could open my mouth and stop on a dime in 45 seconds.
Yep. Liz, I don't know if John is here. I mean, I'd love to hear from John, but I think he should just, if he wants to speak, just raise his hand and get in the queue.
Sure.
And everyone else is welcome to just keep their hand up in the order they're in. And then we'll get back to it as soon as we take a break. And that should be, if I have a self-serving need for a full 15 minutes, if that's okay with everybody. All right, so we're gonna reconvene at 8:15 and
more effective. What's on the toast, Liz?
Cinnamon.
why don't you tell me that you can't hear me? I was talking all this time.
Oh.
Sorry.
Didn't realize.
I sort of solved the whole thing. So, okay, never mind. I was just summarizing that, sorry about that. The danger of.
Did you make a motion?
No. I was just summarizing that we had heard a quick summary from Acting Chief Kerrigan on the training budget line item request for the police department, and one comment, and I was just going to recenter us to see if the board wanted to chat first. If anybody wants to make a statement or.
Can we hear from the community?
Yeah.
Sure.
A lot of people, hands up.
Easy. HB was the first hand I saw before and still the first hand. Welcome.
Hey all, thank you. Gonna keep my video off again. I'm gonna read, which I don't always do, but I'm gonna read this evening. HB Lizio, live in Brattleboro. I'm a town meeting rep from District 2. I'm also the executive director of Out in the Open. And I'm speaking tonight to encourage you to level fund the police training budget at this current fiscal year amount of $27,000, as opposed to increase by 48%, as has been requested. That following recommendation is directly following on the Community Safety Review Report's recommendations, as you all know. Understanding the need for decreasing bias and discrimination is not new for Brattleboro Police Department. And anti-bias, diversity, equity, inclusion training as an attempted route to this solution for achieving that is not new either. Within policing in Vermont, Vermont State Police created a Fair and Impartial Policing Committee in 2009, which was 12 years ago. And according to the 2015 Berkshire Eagle article, Brattleboro Police Department has been trying to use this type of training as a means to achieving less discrimination and decreasing bias since at least 2007. The beginning of that article shares, quote, "For much of the past 8 years, well before Ferguson and Baltimore were on all of our minds, the leadership of the Brattleboro Police Department was considering various approaches to officer education in fair and impartial policing. New recruits attending the Vermont Police Academy participated in anti-bias policing workshops. And in June of 2014, all BPD officers and dispatchers participated in a training provided by Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity. This year, which would have been 2015, under Chief Michael Fitzgerald's leadership, the department is taking the bold step of investing in having a quote, in-house fair and impartial policing trainer on staff, a trainer that would be available to all officers and neighboring police departments on a regular basis." End of quoting the article. So for at least the past 14 years, the leadership of Brattleboro Police Department has been aware of this type of training and the need to reduce discrimination and bias. They've been implementing it in their department. And yet, according to the Safety Review Report and the 2020 study from University of Vermont and Cornell researchers, Brattleboro Police Department's bias-related statistics are essentially the worst in the state, and they are not improving. This training has not had the intended effect. Where is the accountability for the existing training that they have received as a department over the past 14 plus years? Why haven't we seen any improvements in these kind of experiences and statistics? Where is the accountability for their use of the existing $27,000 training budget, which I understand has not been fully expended, although this fiscal year is not yet over? We know that this kind of significant budget increase is not a just course of action because we've reportedly been trying this tactic of anti-bias training for over 14 years without an improvement in conditions. It is absolutely time to try something else. Again, the recommendation is saying to give the Brattleboro Police Department a $27,000 training budget instead of a $40,000 training budget, which if approved, this $27,000 will still be the second highest amount that the Brattleboro Police Department has received in a training budget in the past 5 years. This recommendation has been mischaracterized as, quote, zeroing out the training budget by VPR and other media, which to me can easily be misunderstood as suggesting bringing the training budget to zero. As you all know, that is not the recommendation from this report. This recommendation should be very easy to say yes to. Give the Brattleboro Police Department a $27,000 training budget. That's what the recommendation is asking you to do. And I urge you to level fund the budget, not to a 48% increase.
We can't hear you again, Tim.
I'm so sorry. I did, for the record, thank HP and then call upon Shay. I promise I won't do that again. I was shuffling papers, so.
I think, Liz, you better get ready to take over these chair duties.
Would you all be willing to unmute call-in user 1, which is me?
Oh.
Yeah.
Why? Because you're having audio issues?
That sucks, but I would like to be present in my face with you all. So I want to do a, as Bob Osier calls it, belt and suspenders Zoom technique.
I have done that myself.
Patrick, could you assist me with that, or?
I think it's the last one on the list. Well, from my perspective.
There you
Great.
go.
Thanks all. I'm gonna make sure this one's muted.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Great. Hi. I am Shay Witzberger. I live just over the town line in Dummerston. I have lived in this area for 11 years. I am one of the 2 facilitators of the Community Safety Review Project and an author of the aforementioned report. We are going to talk about a lot of recommendations soon, but I want to point out one thing to you all, which is that this set of recommendations did not ask for any kind of wholesale defunding of the police, even though many, many marginalized people and many organizations that work for and by and with marginalized people in our community wanted that. We didn't put that forward as a recommendation because we didn't think you all would go for that. Not because it's not necessarily the right thing to do, but because it didn't seem feasible. What did seem possible was level funding the police department. And it seems that even that might not happen, which is really surprising to me given what is there. The reason that's surprising to me is only because there are so many recommendations there that seem to have a little more traction with you all about building alternatives. And if we don't take any money, I know you all talk about money all the time. I know it. I know you care about how things pragmatically happen. And if we don't take any money from anywhere and we say that we support alternatives that will actually meet the needs of marginalized people as they have said, then what we're actually asking for is for marginalized people who currently are poorer than average and busier than average to do even more free labor to make this stuff happen. Why is it that we have known about these alternatives for so long and they haven't been built up yet? Could it be because we fund the system that exists so heavily and we fund alternatives so little? What is possible with that amount of money that exists in that training increase? What was possible with the amount of money that you gave our committee? We did quite a lot, right? We made quite a lot happen with a little bit of money. To say anything about supporting alternatives or supporting what people themselves asked for after denying any funding to go to that is empty promises and distrust and no restoration of trust. You can't ask people to do something for nothing and then talk about trust. We did not ask for a 30% decrease to the police budget as they did in some other communities in Vermont. We did not ask for some, big things. We asked to level fund the training budget that they didn't even use all of. They've been doing the same thing for a long time. Kerrigan's words about what they would do next, what kinds of trainings they might seek, were from our report. And that's simultaneously good, and maybe they could do that instead of some of the trainings that they've been doing that are harmful. But you can't say you support the rest of the recommendations if there's no pragmatic way to make it happen. This one recommendation, to me, is a linchpin on which the rest could function. How else are we to make change if we're not going to support it materially at all, right? And I think that it's unfortunately paternalistic, as echoed in that letter from a Birmingham jail, which I've also been reading this week. It is a form of paternalism to say, I don't want us to lose hope. I want what I want for marginalized people. I know better than marginalized people do what's going to make them safe. That is paternalism. Marginalized people have told you what they want, what will make them safe. You have an opportunity. Step one, what's the first field of recommendation? Acknowledge the harm, sit with it and pause. You have an opportunity to do that, to listen and sit and pause and acknowledge what is being asked of you all. I think if you just steamroll over any material concerns for how to build alternatives, that's not showing much acknowledgement or pausing or actually sitting with the depth of this reality that people know what's going to make them safer. And they need money to do it. We need money to do it. We can't make things happen out of thin air. That's whimsical. And we're not about whimsy. We're about pragmatic imagination, right? So that's all I'm going to say about this piece. We can talk later about all the other recommendations, but if you don't put forward any way to make them happen, that conversation is going to be a lot tougher. The next agenda item is going to be a lot tougher to talk about. How are we going to make it happen? That's all I want to say about that.
Okay.
Fisher would love to go next, or you can take the stack. But
No, I'll
Thank
take the stack. Thanks, Shay. Cassandra's next. Hi, Cassandra.
Trying. Oh, sorry. Trying. Cassandra Holloway. I'm a Brattleboro resident. I'm a town meeting rep. I'm also the director of Building a Positive Community that works on reducing substance use harm. And I also am on the board of the Turning Center. So I wanted just to talk about some of the work that I have been doing that I think would be really beneficial and kind of speaks to what Liz was talking about earlier around holding, kind of bringing both law enforcement and people who've been harmed together. I've been doing this myself over the last, well, in September of 2019, of course, COVID kind of interrupted my ongoing work, but I'm back doing some work with the Southern Vermont Area Health Education Center. And we have been doing work mainly around recovery and people in recovery, and started with healthcare providers, first responders, law enforcement to hold kind of panel discussions with people in recovery, would share their experiences with healthcare and law enforcement that caused them harm, and having kind of a back and forth dialogue. And I collected information from those to kind of come up with like what came out of that, just kind of some poignant things that the Southern Vermont Health Education Center could use for a future grant. And so they got a grant. Fortunately, it doesn't cover Brattleboro specifically, but covering pretty much the whole county and Springfield. And I'm working with a gentleman who was part of that first round of training named Daryl McGraw. And Daryl is a man that I met at a training who is in recovery and is a consultant and a trainer. He is a Black man. He's Indigenous. He is formerly incarcerated and has personally experienced police brutality and urban trauma. When he came up, he really wanted to meet. He mostly works in the justice system, trying to improve that. And he wanted to meet with our law enforcement. So he got to meet with Chief Mike Fitzgerald and Captain Mark Kerrigan and Lieutenant Adam Petlock, Lisa Trout, and somebody else from probation and parole, and the Brattleboro Restorative Justice Center. He also got to meet all the recovery coaches, mostly up in Springfield, and had done a training for forensic peer support training to help people who've been formerly incarcerated as they come out of, basically helping people who've been incarcerated in the past, help other people who are coming out of prison system who need recovery coaching, because it's a whole different type of recovery coaching. Daryl also has, I think, I talked about urban trauma. I think that's something we need to be looking at. There's people who come up here who have that trauma that they're bringing with them, in addition to other traumas. And he also does de-escalation training specifically for Brown and Black folk. And he's currently chairing the Police Transparency and Accountability Committee up in Connecticut, over in Connecticut. And that's kind of new this past year. So him and I have been working with another grant that I have with the Southern Vermont Health Education Center, and I'll try to wrap this up quick, to bring, to train people in recovery with people in healthcare that are allies, to hold conversations throughout the county with healthcare providers and people in recovery. And there's stipends for the people who are both facilitating and attending those conversations. And from those conversations, and just from the shared wisdom within that group, we're going to create best practices for healthcare providers and advocacy support for people in recovery. So using models like this, we're looking at doing it with law enforcement and people in recovery, as well with COSU, who has a grant to work on that. And hopefully possibly with other organizations in the Criminal Justice Center. It's my hope that models like this are being explored and considered as part of professional development, because there's so much healing that happens when these parties come together, and so much the people who've been impacted find empowerment and healing in that process, and the people in the field I see gain critical insight that they wouldn't have otherwise, and a sense of investment that if it wouldn't be there, if it wasn't for those conversations and those being able to ask each other questions and understand each other's point of views and come up with those solutions together. It's just, and it creates sustainable relationships, which we know everybody kind of knows each other. And so to have that kind of relationship is so critical if we're going to move forward. So, so a little pitch, if you are in a person in recovery and want to work with me, Cassandra Holloway, 802@gmail.com, or you can find me on Facebook. But I do feel like there needs to be, we're talking about caring for marginalized people, but I think it needs to be done in partnership with the police department, much like Liz said, that is part of the training and where you can get some of those really beautiful golden nuggets. Thank you.
Thanks, Cassandra. I think, well, 4 is the new 3. Shay and Cassandra both went to 4, so let's just establish that. Emily.
Hey folks, can you see me, hear me?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for bringing me up. I certainly want to echo everything Shay said. I'm Emily Megas Russell. Well, this is not echoing what Shay said. I'll do that again after. I am Emily Megas Russell. I live in Brattleboro. I am a District 1 town rep, and also one of the co-facilitators and authors of the Community Safety Review process and report. And I want to echo what Shay said about really thinking critically and pragmatically through like how you're going to support alternatives, and this being the one opportunity to really look at a budgetary impact for this coming year. And I want to just frame a little bit more, and I'm sorry if this is repetitive, although one of my personal sort of phrases is that repetition is how we deepen and how we learn. So it's really important to clarify that so 2 things. One, the training budget for 2020 didn't get used by the police. The full training budget didn't get used. So, there's,
sorry, let me just, 2021?
2020. Well, I reviewed 2020 or 2019 and 2020. So I believe that that's calendar year. But maybe Mark can clarify in terms of the data that was given for the training. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm talking about, yes, fiscal year 2021. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the budget. Yeah, sorry. And so there's potential within the current training budget, right, for deepening in some of the areas that that y'all are interested in deepening. But what I really wanted to also reflect is that it was a key finding of ours that there isn't readiness in the department itself for the level of training that's being proposed. Now, that isn't like a personal opinion that I'm putting out there. I want to be clear. This is coming from listening with the department itself. And you can find the best trainers in the world, and you can train them you can train folks every single day on a topic. And yes, that would cost a lot of money, but the assessment that we're asking that the town make with this department is, as HB so eloquently reflected, that the investment in training has not, in fact, led to the impact that y'all are hoping it will, right? And Brattleboro is not the only town that's having this experience, right? This is a finding that we're discovering in national, in national landscape, that this intention, this good intention, which feels like good intention of more training, is just not actually leading to the intended impact, which is reduced bias. And that isn't because they're not, necessarily about who's training and how often they're training. All those are factors. This is about a commitment, not just the captain's commitment or the chief's commitment, but how are we assessing and addressing the need of the whole department, the boots on the ground, the folks, then providing the services to the community. How are we assessing their actual integration of this? And so I think, I just, again, echoing it's a freeze, and clarifying that the assessment of that there isn't a readiness to actually integrate this training into the impact, which is not just more training, it's reduced bias, is not there historically and it's not there currently, right? And so to move forward, to push this forward would be your agenda, not grounded in the assessment that's actually done, that's been done. So thanks for hearing that.
Thanks, Emily. I wanted to just throw something out just real quick because it popped into my head that, I mean, I know, and I'm sure Emily knows this, Shay knows this because they looked at these things. When we talk about training budget that happens year after year, and I did ask our town manager to give me a rough estimate of the last 5 years of the training budget. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, that a certain percentage of our training every year goes to training that's statutory requirements. In other words, it's not as if we are training specifically towards something that is sculpted for Brattleboro per se. There are some statutory requirements for all police in the state of Vermont that we have to satisfy. I saw you nod, but I just wanted to give you a chance to respond.
Well, so if you wanted to take a deeper dive into how much of the training budget is committed to that sort of compliance training versus how much is more for discretionary purposes, then we'd need to bring Mark on and address that in more detail. It is a fact that there is a certain amount of the training budget that has to be spent on the kinds of training that keeps the police officers certified by meeting the state requirements.
Okay, let me hold on that request until we get through a few more comments, and maybe if I feel it's necessary, we'll have Mark comment, if that's cool with the rest of the board.
Yeah, I might like to hear that comment.
Yeah.
I mean, later, let me, yeah.
Great, so next is John Ungerleider.
Yeah.
John?
Okay. Thanks. John Ungerleider. I'm the director of the Greater Falls Community Justice Center, Bellows Falls. And I'm not going to speak so much to the levels of funding, which keep getting spun different ways. And you guys can sort that out if it's level funding or zero funding, or I don't know. But the type of training that we'd like to see, the things we've heard of Shay saying, listen and sit and pause. And then the woman who followed, Ms. Holloway, about partnership. What Liz was asking me to talk about is about what we used to do at the School for International Training. Is, you could say, it's elicitive training. There's a lot of wisdom in the people we're training. It's not just coming in and dumping information on them, and that doesn't work. I think if you sat through trainings like that yourself, but that if we get people who are impacted, community members, police have a lot of experience, and as do social workers, mental health workers, so many people that can bring their experience to the table in a training to figure out how we can be creative and move forward and do better, and not just assume that people are just going to digest this information. So that's the kind of training. We have a lot of experience around here doing that, and whatever budget you do decide on, we hope with it you can move forward in doing that kind of training. It's a broader view of training. It's not just information, but it's eliciting the wisdom of a community to solve problems.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Alex. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Alex Fisher, Brattleboro resident, District 2. I have a question that I don't know if it's possible to answer, but are you all able to give like a temperature reading on how you're thinking about voting for this if I ask you to, or is that not allowed?
Oh, it's pretty free form. I mean,
Cool.
it's certainly allowed.
Great. If you 5 select board members would like to share how you think you'll be voting on this, like up for level funding, unclear, very certain that we're going to pass the $40,000. If you choose to do that right now, that would be helpful.
Well, can I just
you don't
suggest,
have to. I don't know. Is that a thing?
can I suggest that we do that per the board's desire right after we take the current stack, just to be fair to the people? Well, I'd say it's just Franz after you. So at the
Sure,
moment, we
okay.
could draw a line there and maybe consider that request. Okay.
Great. It's always hard to know, are we just extending a conversation
Yeah.
and digging ourselves deeper
Yeah.
as the public? And so I don't want to be up here if what I'm saying is already heard, and it's just very hard to know with Robert's rules. And I don't want to be wasting your time or our time. So I just want to name that that is the challenge from being in the community of not knowing what maybe is going to be happening.
Appreciate it.
And so I will try to keep it short, which is then to say that I think what for me is at the heart of this request, not even request, what is at the heart of a $13,000 decision, which is less than drops in a bucket.
Hold on,
It is,
Alex.
yep.
Sorry, you.
Did I glitch?
Oh, it glitched here, but not, okay, maybe it's me. I apologize.
Oh.
It's hard
When
to
you
tell
said
who's
that,
glitching.
your audio went out for a second again.
Okay.
Okay, so let's.
I will also speak slower. What we're asking is what is on the table is $13,000, which is basically missed when it comes to talking about water in a bucket. For me, and many others, the issue is not about the actual dollar amount. It is about trying something different. It is about responding to and hearing the movement and the moment around doing something different with the way that we're creating safety. $13,000 is not going to fund everything that needs to happen, but it is about actually showing the community that you are willing to try something different. Try something that is not the same thing that isn't working. And so $13,000 is not a lot of money. It is not actually a big budgetary issue. It is actually just a commitment that you are willing to do even the smallest thing differently for a year. Just a year of trying to do something slightly different, because it has been proven, as HB mentioned, for at least 14 years that what has been happening with training hasn't been effective. And so what would it mean? What would you be giving up? What are you afraid of if you did this one small thing differently? And so I just want to sit with that question of what are you giving up, or what would you be afraid of happening if you did one small thing differently around this? I'm sure I will be talking to you later. I will not ask you to temperature check later, but thank you. I appreciate this.
Thanks, Alex. I will honor that request by bringing that up first after Franz speaks. Are you here with us? There you are. Hello.
I am here with you. Hi, everybody. Franz Reichsman, District 2, Town Meeting Representative. I hear loud and clear that we want training or something like training to be effective within the police department and also within other structures that have law enforcement capabilities that aren't exactly the police department. But it's not intuitively obvious to me that if you want something to be more effective, that you should take the funding away. I think you could make an argument that maybe we should increase the funding and have funding that have training that really works. So that leads me to wonder then, from the people who are very concerned about all this, what would get the police department more ready for training or for making changes? What does that process look like? And could you include that as part of the training? And should we support that that different thing, whatever it is that it looks like, which I haven't really heard as yet. But what would help the police be ready to use the resources that then would lead to the results that we really want? So I don't know if the budget should be increased now or not, or should be looked at in more detail, but I know that I would like to hear what it is that we actually need to do to make it worth our while to spend money to get to the outcome that we want. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz. I better take Acting Chief Kerrigan's hand, because certainly I feel like, Mark, did you want to add something to, or were you just raising your hand to answer a question I had from earlier, or?
No, I just had one quick comment that I wanted to make, if I could. And I don't, I'm not gonna argue any points or point by point or anything like that. You guys will make the decision here, the policy decision on what to do with our budget, and ultimately we'll make decisions based on the money that's allocated to us. But I fear that I may have misspoken earlier, or perhaps misrepresented, and I want to just try to correct that as briefly as I can. I think it was Shay who talked about how or maybe it was someone else, how, for 14 years, someone earlier quoted like a newspaper article that had said we've been doing this training for a long time and how it's been ineffective. I don't disagree with that. The numbers about disparities in car stops and other things can be interpreted a number of ways, but regardless, the numbers are the numbers. Another comment was made about not asking people to do things for no money. Don't ask people to do things and not pay them. I think that was actually Shay's comment. That's kind of what I'm saying here, is that we don't know exactly what the most effective training in this area is. And because of that, I'm asking for additional money to then go out to local people who hopefully do know or might be able to advise us, and pay them, like give them money so that they can design training for us that might be more effective. Emily spoke about, whether or not the department has the right level of readiness to receive this training, and how an assessment of the department may need to be done to determine what training would be most effective, or if any training would be effective. That's going to cost money, and I want to pay people to do that. I'm to a certain extent agreeing that the training that thus far has been offered has met with limited efficacy, and I want to pay folks to tell us how maybe we can remedy that. Work with them to figure that out. It's just the one piece that I wanted to make sure I wasn't sure I had articulated that properly earlier. If I had, I'm sorry to be redundant and waste everyone's time. If not, I hope that sheds some light on it. Thank you.
Mark, before you go away, thank you for that clarification, because I think that was easier to hear, sometimes pulling something out. But also, did you by any chance have an answer to that question from earlier about how much of the current budget-ish goes towards remaining in compliance, basically?
Sure. So I'm not prepared to give you any kind of a percentage or a dollar amount, but a certain amount of it does go towards meeting, the statutory requirements of things we have to do to remain certified, either as police officers or with certain pieces of equipment that we carry. And then some of it is discretionary, based on, needs that we have in the community, and things often, unfortunately, sometimes it's reactive, things that happened in the previous year that perhaps we weren't prepared for. We had a couple of shootings and attempted murders and whatnot this year that our detectives really worked a lot on, and we've identified some trainings that we're going to spend some money on to enhance their skills in those areas. So those are the sort of discretionary areas that we'll spend. I'm sorry, unfortunately, I'm not prepared to give you an accurate number, but it's substantial
Okay.
to maintain our certification.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I just wanted to throw something out that I've been thinking about a lot, because the argument for no additional training money for diversity, equity, inclusion, being that we're not quite ready. That resonates with me somewhat, and I think it's in a way more than symbolic. It's a real thing to make sure the training is effective and to hit the pause button or to enhance the type of training if that's what we decide to do. On the de-escalation side, however, which was the other part of what Acting Chief Kerrigan was telling us that he wants to spend this money on, it's a really much tougher question, because in that case, it's not like you can point to, well, like on the other side, it's not working because our traffic stops are showing bias. According to the report and by all evidence that I see, it's something that we definitely have to work on in the department. The de-escalation side I see as the proof of that being valuable is very hard to grasp, because it's things not happening, literally. And to me, I keep thinking back to that incident on Putney Road where our officers showed good de-escalation techniques. Whether or not they performed perfectly, I don't know, but it seemed like that was really well handled to me. And that is an argument for de-escalation training and the continuation of that de-escalation training. So I think that's another side of it, where you really need to recognize that training isn't always something that is measurable. That's all I had to say about that. Board, do you want to give initial thoughts, or do you think it's better that we should take more comments? Or, I mean, Fisher went up and down, but it's a little more complicated for me. Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, I'll buy Alex's request, because I know that, I think what Alex is saying is, do we need to keep telling you something if, in actual fact, many of you have already, well, not many of you, but a majority of you have already made your mind up. I actually do agree with you, Tim, shock horror. I mean, this is super complicated. This is on one hand, it is a litmus test about whether or not we take this report seriously. On the other hand, it's a question of, do we believe that people can develop, can grow? Every single person who is a police officer today, is at a different point in their experience, right? They didn't just all kind of like pop up out of the ground. Their context is all different. Their histories are different. Their level of readiness, I'm sure, is different, right? I was a teacher for 10 years. I worked with all kinds of students, and people were ready for different things at different times, and you could do the same thing twice, and and your context is different. So like when I looked at the report, and it, I think when they listed out the trainings that were attended, there was an implicit bias training for 2 hours. Depending on what's going on in everybody's life, that those particular 2 hours, it will be effective for some and not effective for others. None of these people are just like pods or boxes that you have inputs and you get outputs. So I think it's really complicated as to whether or not like reducing the training budget is helpful. I think it is also really important to say that there is skepticism about the benefit of diversity, equity, and inclusion training within policing. And so for many people, they're saying this has not produced the outcomes we would like to see on our streets. And so why throw more money at it, right? Like when I was a teacher, sometimes schools would just have money thrown at them. Failing schools have money thrown at them, and money doesn't necessarily fix the problem, right? Good leadership is important. You know, soft things that you can't really measure in a budget sometimes. Like I do trust Mark's understanding of where his officers are at in terms of their readiness, because he works with them every day. And for some of them, he's worked with them for a long time. But you know, and at some point we will have to come down on one side of it. Like right now, I'm thinking, you know, $27,000 is a substantial training line. That's the second highest in the last 5 years. Of the fiscal year 21 budget, they've currently expended 30-something% of the training budget, and we are 50-something% through the fiscal year. So that's a fact. So, you know, right now I'm in favor of level funding it, but I don't think that it is a simple decision, and for all the reasons I just mentioned.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment or do a thumbs thing or whatever you'd like? I mean, Liz, thank you for saving me.
Well,
It's a little hard to hear you, Liz. I don't know if anybody else.
Can you hear me now?
I'm still struggling a little.
It's a little low.
Never heard you that low.
Headphones in and
Give the headphones in.
Yeah, that helped last time, I think. Although then you got to watch out with eating the chips.
my glasses fell off. Is this any better?
It's so
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I, you know, again, I share the thought that as the report called for, this discussion of what type of training is very useful. And I think it can be, you know, paid, a paid discussion between members of the community who facilitate this type of work and knowledgeable about it. I don't want to put this issue on hold. I don't want to put training on hold, especially for the fiscal year 2022. That seems like a long way off. And why should we start and stop? Let's go forward. And I don't think that we need to just make a point to be perhaps punitive to the police department. As a gesture, I think that's not coming together to solve the problem. I think training, effective training, coming together to find the right training is the way to come together to solve the problem. Well, you're also loud.
Sorry. We didn't change. Does anybody else want to comment, or should we move on? I guess, you know, it's fair to just say, I'll just let you know where I'm at. The DEI, as I've heard it referred to, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm having trouble getting that into my head, that acronym. You know, I can kind of go either way. The de-escalation part of it, you know, I feel is valuable. So it's weird. It's a small amount of money when you look at our budget, but it is important with, you know, what we're trying to radiate, so to speak, with our intentions. So I don't know. That's my intention would be to strike some sort of balance between, you know, approving an increase that maybe is not full increase, and then making it also very clear that we want the department to work with some local folks to come up with a better form of training. I mean, why don't we do that? That's just my current top of mind thinking. it seems to strike a little bit of a balance. I'm concerned about, I'm still of half a mind of saying, like, how is not training better than training? Daniel is going to help me with that
I'm
problem.
going to answer that question for you.
Yeah.
Because it's all about timing and context and whether or not training actually fixes the thing that you need to fix, right? So like,
yeah, but this timing is down the road.
Right. But, traffic stop data from UVM that presumably is very credible, shows us that there's a problem there. And I would hope that we'll get to this next, but like, I really want to see the department at least engage with the authors of that report and talk about it, right? Because there's stuff to talk about.
Well, I think we're going to talk about that later.
I know, and I'm not going to get too deep in that. But oh geez, I lost my train of thought. But whether or not more diversity and equity and inclusion and implicit bias training actually helps is very unclear. So $27,000, which would be, the budget if it were to be level funded from last year, is still a substantial budget. I'm sure that there will be de-escalation training in that. Captain Carrigan already said that he will work with the budget that he gets and we'll do training. So I think it's false to sort of say that if we don't give them the 40,000, no de-escalation training will happen. That seems like that's an important piece of what Mark wants to do. And I'm sure that he'll work with that budget to make it happen. I'm just responding to the skepticism from the community that like DEI training does not lead to the outcomes that we'd like to see. And so throwing more money at it doesn't necessarily put us in that place. And I just want to be honest about that. And I'd love to hear from Ian and Brandy so that all the people with their hands up know whether or not they need to, speak to it.
Sure. Ian, Brandy, you're called out. If you choose to be called out.
Ian, you can go first.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just start. I'm just going to start with reading the section of the report that's sort of in the recommendations that's responded to this, because I think it's useful. The last bullet point on page 158. So based on our listening information, increased training is unlikely to be an effective use of resources for Brattleboro Police Department without further assessment of readiness, acknowledgement of harm, and personalized training plans that are accountable to the communities they intend to serve. These things take time. And then on the next page, sort of paraphrasing, we need to develop accountable and effective training plans with demonstrable and measurable outcomes. So I think that this is makes a lot of sense to me. I think that I am inclined to level fund, and I think that I want to address fronts because I think that's a really logical question. Why would you take funding away from something like training if you're trying to improve it? And I think I don't want to increase funding on something that's not working. And but that leads a really important question that I think we need to address tonight, which is, so we level fund potentially. Where does the money come from for the police to engage these community members? Would it be from a different line item? Would it be from a different pot of money? Because unless I don't necessarily believe that is training, really, if we're trying to figure out what the training is. So I think we just need to figure out what exactly, and that gets to a bigger question that's a part of this whole report, which is how are we implementing these things? And so I think that's an important part of the discussion, but that's where I'm at right now. I think I agree with Tim and I agree with Daniel. I think it's a complex thing. And I really appreciate Chief Kerrigan and all of what he said. I really do. And I think there's a lot of room to work together on this, but that's where I'm at now.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Brandy?
So First I want to give validation to, what Franz said, because it's okay to think, well, if something's not quite good enough, why wouldn't more money allow us to purchase or have something that's better? That's like a common thread that any of us might have with many things. So it's okay to feel that way. And then it's okay to kind of dive in and say, but what, we're not talking about taking funding away, because I thought I heard Franz say, why would we take funding away? And we're not really taking it away, right? We'd be level funding what's already there. While I keep wanting to say Captain Kerrigan, Acting Chief Kerrigan, or Chief or whatever is appropriate, kind of works with impacted community members to figure out the next best step, which is, something that he just expressed interest in doing. And I also want to take a moment to really thank Acting Chief Kerrigan for, I feel like this is a topic and that could make people defensive when you're on the other side of this conversation, so to speak, or it can seem that way. And I feel like tonight there was a lot of openness from Mark. It's just going to be easier if I say Mark, from Mark, and a lot of willingness to, I feel like Mark is not necessarily resisting this part of the report. And I just really am appreciative of the openness. And I think that takes courage to be able to do that, to say like, yeah, the numbers are the numbers, even if there's other interpretation possible. So I appreciate him acknowledging that. And I'm going to say that I'm inclined to level fund. Somebody asked, what is your fear? Maybe it was Shay. And my fear is that the police department will feel a certain way about that. They'll think that means I don't support them, I don't like them, that I don't think they're doing a good job. And I hope that any officer that, was boots on the ground while I was working at Groundworks and I ran into, can know that I do like you. I do enjoy you. I do trust that this is going to work and that we have good officers on our staff. And my feeling that I want to take a step back and level fund while we figure out the new direction has absolutely nothing to do with me wanting to punish the police department or feeling like I don't like them or don't have faith. So that's what my fear is. And so I'm seeing that fear. I felt it, but I'm still going to step forward and say, I think we should level fund. Oh,
that's Daniel, sorry.
I just want to make it easier for us. Seems like there are three of us that would like to level fund that line item. Do we want a motion, or do we feel like that's enough agreement?
Do we need a motion? I don't even remember. You can make a motion.
That's very kind of you to ask first. You know that you don't have to do that.
That's funny.
I think I will put it this way from my own, and Liz can speak for herself, because I think that would be the other person you're speaking to now. I think I will vote against a level funding because of what I pointed out about de-escalation and to honor the request of increased funding being a good thing generally for our police department, in my belief. I would probably vote for somewhere in between. I know these are small amounts of money, but I think I make a good point about de-escalation and the continuing improvement, and my feeling that training is better than non-training, and ineffective training can be recognized, or largely ineffective training. Training in my head can be very effective for certain individuals at wherever they are. Yeah. Daniel, you were kind of referring to this, like where people are at in their readiness, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't want to be the one to say like, no one is ready for any training. And certainly when it comes to the de-escalation end of things, which was half of the request from Mark. So I think I'll vote against it, and I don't think I'm going to have any ill feelings toward anybody who votes for it. But that's how I'm coming down now, unless someone wants to make a motion about splitting the difference a little bit, just to give a nod to my objections to a straight level funding. That was pretty awfully wordy, but there it is. Sorry.
Thanks.
Liz, do you want to say anything, or Daniel?
Well, just philosophically, you know, this report recommends level funding and says that the police aren't ready because of, you know, the data that says there's still harm. But to me, that's giving up. And to me, that to orchestrate the type of training that would be beneficial costs money, and to hamstring that effort to make some sort of a point is foolhardy.
All right, I can put together a motion. So I would like to do that and save all the people with their hands up some time, because we have a bigger discussion to come. I move to fund the police department training budget for fiscal year 22 at $27,000 as opposed to the proposed $40,000.
Alrighty, thank you. Daniel has made a motion to fund the Brattleboro Police Department at the previous level of $27,000 rather than the proposed $40,000. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Any other comments from the board? All those in favor, say aye.
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 That's 3, and all those opposed? And that's 2. All right, that passes.
That was hard.
Training line item for fiscal year 2022 changed to 27,000.
Got it.
Thank you. Apologies to everybody with their hand up that, you know, had another point to make, but we really just, we got a lot of important things to talk about. So. Okay. Speaking of that, is it okay to move on? Any other comments? All right. We are moving on to additional consideration. Wait a minute. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Right? Oh, no, mine just moved.
You have one more,
I'm confused.
Any other?
you have one more
Oh.
budget
Because I
question.
was looking too far ahead. There's one other part of the fiscal year's FY22 proposed budget, and that is any other FY22 budget matters. Just to wrap
Somebody
this up.
earlier tonight made a joke and said somewhere along the line, Peter says, anything else?
Anything else?
So this is that moment. If there's anything any of the 5 of you want to further address, this would be the time to raise it. Otherwise, what we'll bring back to you next week for your final approval to send to representative town meeting as your recommended budget will show the 3 changes that we mentioned earlier in the evening and the one that you just decided. And
Yes. Last call, everyone.
Swimming pool,
No, no more deciding stuff. No, I'm just
new bus station.
I've got one thing. No.
no, you don't.
Gold toilet.
Okay.
God.
It sounds like we don't have anything. I did just ask Patrick to lower all hands just because there was a lot of hands up, but we are moving into further consideration. So our next budget item, so you have your chance to raise a hand again. Additional consideration of top priority actions in furtherance of the Community Safety Review Team's report and recommendations. We really have like these long,
Yeah.
but it's accurate. And I don't know how much setup board members want. I kind of, first of all, I wanted to thank Daniel for at least giving us a starting point because it really helped me and all of us, I'm sure. I think that, and this is just Tim's opinion, we should focus on that tonight and kind of look at, Peter loves to use this term, low-hanging fruit, you know, the low-hanging fruit of things that are gonna have more convergence among this board. And I think there's quite a bit. That's my sense. I don't know that for a fact, so I might eat my words. It would be great, I think, that we're not going to be able to solve everything tonight, but if we can come up with some really areas of consensus and agreement, I hesitate to use consensus because, we can't technically follow consensus, but I think everybody knows what I mean. And it kind of moved towards handing Peter and his capable staff a list of things to work with us on and work on themselves, bring back to us before the end of this board's tenure, certainly. And we can talk about timing. So that's sort of what my hopes were. I'm seeing a few head nods, but anybody want to chime in on that strategy? Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay. Daniel, you're welcome to chime in.
I mean, I feel like I sent the list, so I suppose I should speak to it.
Oh, absolutely. You'll speak to it.
If you wish. I mean, I'm going to speak to it, but if this is a good time.
Well, that's a good moment to ask. Do you want to just dive in, all of us, after Daniel, who speaks to his own list, and we each speak to it? Because I made notes on each. Liz, what do you?
Can I suggest that we discuss it point by point? Like Daniel discussed the first point, and then we say, yeah, good move, and then move on to the next.
Daniel makes his and then throws it out?
Yeah.
How's that feel for everybody?
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Feels okay. But something doesn't feel okay about it.
Well, I mean, you could argue that some of them are very closely related, I think, but there's no rules here. Just,
but
sorry.
can we also make sure that we end up hitting on, like, if we went through Daniel's list, and then can we hit on the other recommend? So we're not leaving things hanging. I think that's what doesn't feel right to me. Is like,
right.
Does that make sense? I'm not articulating it very well.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I want to say that in providing a list of things, so there are around about 40 different recommendations in this report. And in providing this list of things, I am not saying these are the only things I want to discuss. These are the only things that are important to me. I know that it isn't really actually about me, other than like I'm a decision maker here. I wanted, like Tim said, I just kind of wanted to like give us a place to start. It's really hard to move forward with this as one piece. I know there are many people in the community who would like to see us do it as one piece, and that is hard, but that is not impossible. But this is just like an attempt at a starting point. Ian, I saw your face. When we used to be in the room, you couldn't see each other's faces so clearly. I'm very attuned to each of your reactions.
Yeah, you used to have to lean forward and back.
Yeah, yeah. Liz and I would pass notes. Good old
Those were the days, huh?
Right? Days of something and something. Okay, I'm just going to say what's on my list, and then I'll watch your reactions, and you'll let me know, and then we'll talk about it, and we'll figure out a path forward, because that is what we're going to do.
And you're allowed, I think you should be given the allowance to tweak your list if you need to, because that was a while ago. That was a week ago.
All right, so Daniel, you want to pause and let us discuss them one at a time? I think that's the only thing pending on the table. Did you want to give us?
Can I just read the whole list, and then we could maybe walk through them? It won't take me that long. Sure. It's like 7 things. Just, I want to. Cool. Yeah, I just want to be done and then be quiet for a minute. So here is a list of things. It is in the backup material on page 56 of 64. And they are in no particular order. So item A, working to decouple police from welfare checks and mental health crisis response. Item B, reviewing and considering models for voluntary and non-coercive mental health supports that are run by the communities they are designed to support. Item C, deeply analyzing racial disparities in traffic stop data. D, addressing gaps in reporting race data in all data collection and especially in traffic stops. E, disbanding the CPCC and holding a process that centers and compensates people of color to determine the best mechanisms for systemic accountability. F, investing resources in new and existing programs that respondents identified as most helpful to their safety. And G, review and consider models for neighborhood and community training around de-escalation and directly supporting those in distress. And because I was reading from the PDF, I didn't see any of your faces, so I have no idea how that landed with you at all.
I was poker faced.
I was
Okay.
had my listening face on.
I was reading.
Okay.
I was reading along, make sure you got it right.
Now you're caught up.
Well, thank you for reading that. So should the dive-in be point by point, or should the dive-in be full thing? Liz expressed a desire to kind of go one by one. And
Well,
Brandy-
just because I think that there is a lot of agreement, and if we could just kind of tweak something a little that we could all agree on, good for us.
move on. Yeah.
What if I asked you, is there anything there that like you also think is important for us to work on?
Well, of course.
Ooh, yeah.
Which ones?
Well, almost all of them.
Almost
But
all of them.
you know, I think we should just talk about whether we want to, you know, tweak the language as we go along so that Peter has the guidance that he needs to understand the consensus of the board.
Yeah, and oh, go ahead, sorry. Ian.
No, go ahead, Tim, please.
I was just gonna jump in. Liz, do you mind if I just go down?
Please.
Because it's just like, I'm excited that maybe we're gonna have some agreements. And so why don't I start with the negative? There's only one that I have. No,
Can you
don't start with
the
the
positive, please.
I just want to pop it off. Okay. Okay, well, I'll just go down the list. How about that? Okay. Sorry. I retweaked a little bit so that I could feel like I could fully support these ones. And there's small tweaks. For A, I added a preamble, investigate the merits and challenges of decoupling police from welfare checks and mental health crisis response. I believe this, for me, shows a commitment to hoping that that could work, because I think it would be healthy.
Right.
But without the investigation, I can't believe that I could support it. Okay.
Can I just say real quick to that, the word working, I just assume within that word working is all kinds of investigating and figuring out and talking to people and collaborating and,
okay.
you know.
But let me just make my point. Working presupposes, in my brain, working presupposes that that's the outcome we want. In my rewording, it says that I hope that that's the outcome that could happen, but I don't know. I don't have enough information yet.
Can you read it one more time?
I'm sorry?
Can you read it one more time?
My wording was investigate the merits and challenges of decoupling police from welfare checks and mental health crisis response. Working to decouple, to me, preassumes that that's a wise way to go for the town of Brattleboro, and I just need the investigation part of it before I can get there. But I understand if that doesn't do it for you.
Yeah.
Liz?
I had something very similar, in also feeling very positive about this bullet, but ask staff to assess the legal and logistic framework associated with working to decouple police from welfare checks and mental health crisis. So it's the same sort of preamble that gets the staff involved so that we can research the issue.
Should I keep going? Or should
I feel like Brandy is holding on to something that she needs to say before we move on.
I think,
I mean, I'm not going to force you, but like,
I think my question, Tim, and it's like my gut question is, are we presupposing or were we told by interviewed organizations that that is what they want? And they're the ones that actually are generally the ones that are calling, outside of you neighbor or you other household member calling for mental health issues. Probably the biggest other group that's calling for mental health issues are local organizations that support folks that tend to have these challenges. And so I feel like if they're saying that this is what they want us to work towards, that's not the same as us like just making it up in our heads, so to speak. And so for some reason, your preamble makes me feel dismissive of that. And I'm not trying to criticize you, but it makes me feel like it puts me back in that feeling of we think we know better than the people who experience it, whether that's the organization experiencing making the call and then witnessing the results, or the people actually being called on. And so there's something about that that doesn't make me feel comfortable. I do want to say to Liz, yeah, we should definitely wrap in, is there a legal obligation anywhere? Always, every time, all the time. Absolutely.
Well, I have a counter argument, but Ian, go ahead.
Could I ask for Liz to reread hers? Because I feel like it may address Brandy's point while kind of addressing Tim's. It seems like maybe it's the middle one.
Okay.
Okay. Happy to. Ask staff to assess the legal and logistical framework associated with working to decouple police from welfare checks and mental health crisis response. I think it's important, that we move to staff because these are complicated issues.
And Tim, I don't know how you feel about that, but I like that a little better because to me, it shows that we heard what's going on in the report. We're still looking, make sure it's legal and make sure, talk about that framework. So still, that's kind of like the investigative work that you're talking about, but the language to me makes it sound like somebody did an assessment, meaning Shay and Emily and all the folks who participated. We heard that. There's work that staff needs to do, but that we're kind of our goal is to move in that direction with that part of it being really important first step.
Mm-hmm. I can see that, Ian.
So I like how this is moving, and I just want to check in while we're going through these with Peter every once in a while, just think to determine whether are we actually giving a clear direction what in the path that we're going down so that this can be something that can be effectualized and we can actually get some results.
Yeah, Peter, I just want to throw out that I lost you guys a little bit. My connection was unstable, but I think I got the gist. So
I just want to check in, Peter. Sorry.
Check in with Peter. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks, Ian, for asking. I actually was hesitating to intervene in what I think is a really good substantive conversation the five of you are having. But I welcome the opportunity because on behalf of staff, and here I'm primarily talking about Mark and Patrick and myself, who have had a fair amount of communication around where we go from here moving forward into implementation with this. We would like an opportunity to give that kind of advice that is requested in this phrasing of this first item related to the entire report. We think that we can add value not by substituting our experience for the experience that is represented in the recommendations, but by adding to the experience that is represented in the recommendations by looking at places where we know the town has full authority to act, and other places where the town doesn't have full authority to act but does have some authority to act, versus other places where the town will only have authority to act if the law gets changed. And maybe we want to work towards changing some laws, but maybe we also would rather redirect our energies towards those who can actually take action that maybe the town can't. And there's a fair amount of work to do around all of that related to this broad set of recommendations. We would welcome the opportunity to engage in that, not just on this one item, but more broadly. I think having said that much, what I'd like to do is pull back out so you can keep going with your conversation. But I hope that's helpful to you to know that as you look at this preliminary list, and then as you think about the larger body of work, we're ready to help. And we think we can do that in a way that helps you with further consideration and also helps the community with its further engagement in deciding what the community wants to be the priorities of the select board moving forward.
Thank you, Peter. That was really helpful.
Yeah.
Daniel? Thank you, Peter.
Yes, what they said, very helpful and a good use of the town's resources, right?
Yeah.
If you look in the line item for town manager salary, it is large, but he earns it. And so does Patrick. You know, sorry, Peter. I mean, that's maybe embarrassing for you. I don't know.
I'm fine.
But this is like, you know, this is why we pay you the big bucks, right? And
we just get a stipend.
I know, and we get all the beating for it as well. But I would love to turn the report over to staff and get their recommendation on it, and I really appreciate what you're saying is you're not going to substitute, you know, for what's in there. You're going to take it and see what we can do with it and bring it back to the board, whomever is on the board. Yeah, so I'm very grateful for that, and I trust you, and I trust Patrick, and I trust Mark in all of this work, and I'd be excited to get to that point.
Are we done now?
Could be. Could be.
Okay, Ian.
Not that hard.
So I guess well, I guess I'm kind of thrown off at that last moment. I guess I was wondering, so do we want to kind of work through this list as these first initial things that we can give direction on, and then expect a product back from the town, from the staff, as Peter just described, and so continue sort of the process we just were doing with letter A? Is that where we're at now, or have I
I just got confused.
I'm not sure where we're at. Liz?
I have a couple of things to add to Daniel's list in terms of things that I think we can all get behind. If Peter wishes the guidance of, among all the things, these are the things that he knows that we have already given initial support to. For example, I would like to add exploring increased restorative justice. And I would like to add revising police department policy to be more demonstrative about anti-bias and inclusion. I think we could all agree on those things, but I don't know.
Isn't going through this list and finding those points of agreement still valuable? I only got to the first one.
I like going through.
Yeah.
I also like adding things to the list, or just, like I don't want to leave other things out and only do the list. Does that make sense? That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Yes, I agree. I don't want to leave other things out and only do this. The list was a place to start, right? And in starting, what we just said is, we believe that there is agreement amongst the board, and probably a lot of the recommendations we will have tweaks here or there, but we trust that if we were to hand this over to Peter, Patrick, and Mark and say, please bring us a body of work that, gives your professional opinion on what's possible here, that would be a good thing to do. And I felt like we just had some agreement, and maybe Peter is going to correct me on something. So go ahead.
Not correct,
Okay.
One thing I didn't say that I think is probably relevant to the decision you need to make about what more to address, or at least attempt to address this evening, is I think our initial, when we come back with our initial input on this in the manner that's been discussed, that would happen with this board for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could possibly happen as soon as February 16th, and could certainly happen by a meeting in March. And you're going to be the select board through the end of March. So, likely the 16th of February or the 2nd of March, we'd be in a position to at least take a first look so that what we're bringing back, the community knows what we're bringing back. And if it's looking like we totally misunderstood and we're not being helpful, there's an opportunity to, stop that and send us on a better task, or, do something different. But if it's helpful, but it needs more, we're going to get some further refined direction from you and keep going. I'm not asking you to stop, and you've got people in the community that have input that they want to offer to you tonight.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that based on what I've heard from you so far, if you'd like for us to commence this piece of work and you think it's going to be useful to you in sorting things out and deciding priorities, then, you don't have to wait months for that. A few weeks, I think we can bring back something that, is the start of something meaningful to move it forward. And, I think everyone's goal is to move the work forward. And there's got to be some way to give definition to the first steps of a very large, long-term body of work.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Tim, to Peter?
Oh, of course.
So I'm just going to be honest, my brain has been like working overtime. And so I've been kind of missing pieces in the last 3 minutes, I think, because I'm reading the recommendations, I'm hearing what Liz said, I'm looking at it in the book, Peter, are you saying that if we went like this is my binder, by the way, of this report. If we went like this, you would come back with something based on the recommendations in this report?
Absolutely.
And then a follow-up question. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
My follow-up question is, does that mean that we would pass this in full with some comment about we pass this and give it to staff for staff to come back? Or what would a motion look like? What would it look like for us to do that and make sure it looks legitimate, so it doesn't look like we just did nothing tonight? Not that we did nothing, but I think you know what I'm saying. How does it tidy up?
That's a fair question.
Yes.
Thank you.
What you do or don't do tonight, the 5 of you are going to need to decide.
Yeah, right.
What I'm suggesting is whatever it is you do or don't do tonight, the work needs to get started, and it's going to be complicated. We need to do some sorting through what we are allowed to do versus what we're going to need to rely on others to do, and then what role we want to play in the stuff that other people have to do. And to give some additional information that I think will help you sort through that and make good decisions going forward. Staff is ready to help with that. Whether you choose to do something tonight also as part of this launch, or whether you choose to say, we want that additional help from staff, and that will help us then be definitive about the actions we're going to take in March to move forward, is, we need your policy direction on that. I don't think I can help you make that decision. I'm trying to help you see a way forward in the longer term that's going to have plenty of community engagement, plenty of accountability, plenty of visibility, being right back here time and time again to talk about how we're doing on this. But where it starts with an organizing piece of work, because right now what we've got is a body of information from the community about what needs our attention and action that is not in a form that lends itself well to you making decisions about it that kind of sort through who's doing what to move it forward. What I'm suggesting is that if we prepare this kind of a document and bring it back where it is solely within the 4 walls of the recommendations that have come from the report, but we offer also on with that our perspective about what we understand to be the legal boundaries of action, and any kind of sort of logistical things that we understand that might be relevant to share with you. You'll get staff's perspective to help you make decisions to go forward with the work the community is asking for. And I think if we do that, I don't think that's nothing. I think that's actually something really important to say, that we're going to launch with that additional piece of work that makes us all better equipped to actually move forward with intention and visibility and accountability once you see that and decide whether it's useful to you.
Great.
Ian?
Liz first, please.
I
Oh,
just
sorry.
wanted to reiterate what Daniel said that was important, that this does not supplant our own decision making in any way. It's really an organizing document for us to then work with.
And it doesn't supplant the community's, the information, the experience of the community that's been brought forward. That's what we as staff would be trying to do, is something that is in between those two places, right? You're the select board. You've got the policymaking responsibility to determine how we're going to move forward on this work. And the goals have been identified for us in the process that is expressed through the report. And staff can help to identify what's going to be, I'm about to repeat myself, so I'll stop. I think we can help you make good decisions about what to move forward with in a way that you can have confidence, and the community can have confidence that it's not going to bump into barriers where we get started on something and come right back to you to tell you that there's some legal reason why it can't work.
Right.
I think it was Ian and then Brandy.
I think so too.
Okay, yeah, I want to say I think this is a great idea. I think I want to speak to two parts of it. One, the five of us could spend 35 minutes banging out a point that we all can agree on, and then it ends up that because we didn't have a piece of information, it just is illegal and we can't do it at all. Or like, if we had a piece of information, we could have made a better decision about it. So I think that part of it makes it better for us to do this more effectively so that we can actually create change with this report. Second, Peter and town staff are actors in this whole process who have done a great job. And we've heard that from the facilitators and people who have been involved in the process. And so I think that we can trust in what Peter is saying, that we can hand this over for something to come back that can be a product that we can work with and give clear policy direction with. I'm in full support of it.
Yeah, I am too. Oh, sorry. Oh, Brandy, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. What I was going to say is I'm also in full support of that strategy. And my only comment is, when I had asked for clarification, Peter said, whatever we pass tonight is what you would, if we're going to take this route, I actually frankly would rather just ask you to do that for all the recommendations rather than us cherry pick them. I'd rather say, take this report in full, come back with the recommendations as presented or whatever. And I'm willing to make that motion if you can help me craft the staff part of it.
Sure.
Oh my gosh, all these nodding heads.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Good.
wanted to reiterate that my push for trying for those low hanging fruit was a attempt to take burden off of staff for at least a few items that it's quite unlikely that will go forward. But if Peter himself is willing to commit staff to this larger task, it's hard to say no.
Isn't it?
It really is. Ian.
Also, I think I would just speak to Tim, maybe with a little bit more information, things that you don't think are low fruit could be.
Or vice versa. We never know.
Or vice versa. Yeah. So I think.
Yeah, it could go either way.
You could go either way.
Absolutely. But I'm trying to stay positive,
Yeah,
That's true.
good.
Well, can I make that motion? Is everybody ready? We could actually like wrap this.
We do have a stack of people. I'm not sure what you want to.
I would almost risk their wrath because I feel like they're stacked up to tell us why we should do it. And so if I can just do it, what is it? Ask for permission later, something like that, or apologize. Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Ask for forgiveness.
Forgiveness
rather than
later.
permission.
Yeah. So that's what I'm going on the record as saying that's my choice tonight.
And the blue hands are going down.
Peter, so can I want me to just make a motion and then you can just correct it? I move that we pass the recommendations in full, asking town staff to come back to the board with an organized version and format of what was recommended. I don't know.
Liz.
Hello? I know we're all in such agreement, but I don't like the phrase pass the recommendations in full. I think that's going to come to bite us in the butt later. What we're asking town staff to do is organize the report in a manner that the select board can consider going forward. And that's slightly different language.
Peter, can you give a stab at it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Nice.
It looks like Daniel might wanna-
I can do it. So
wanted to do
what
it.
folks in the community want from us is to acknowledge what is in this report, to validate it, and to act on it. There are 40-ish recommendations. We will not agree on every single one. We may not be able to do every single one, but we believe what is in this report to be worth spending time and resources and acting on, and we're going to do that. That's not a motion, but and maybe all these hands are going to tell us something different, and maybe we need to hear from them. But like, I am in support of.
No, because they all went up after it went slightly off the rails. Peter, do you want to?
Yeah, Daniel, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to say thank you for leaping in there, because that was almost exactly what I was going to say, and I was biting my lip because I didn't think it was mine to say. But now that one of the five of you has said it, I feel like, again, sort of resuming my role. I believe as town manager that you as a select board are not doing nothing. You are not being disrespectful to this process. If what you do is ask your professional full-time paid staff to devote time to this, significant attention in the near term to this, all of it, so as to come back with additional information that will help you to decide which things we're moving forward with first and which things we're moving forward with, also. The point here is not to try to commit to all of it without really having a better idea of what all of it entails in terms of what the town can do, and some of the issues about like who we see a necessity to coordinate with, right? So we're not going to know everything either, but I think there's some things we know that will be helpful to you in making those decisions. And what I hear a consensus about, all five of you this evening, is agreeing that you want us to spend that time. And so what you're conveying to the community is the whole thing is important. You value what you've received in its entirety.
Yes.
But you're not acting to take an action on all of it, other than to assign to your staff the work of coming back with that additional information for some initial review. I fully expect we're not going to nail it on the first try. There are going to be people from the community who are disappointed in our work. There may be people on this board who are disappointed in our work. And then together, what we're going to do is figure out what part of that is really helpful and what part of that you need more about, or what part of that you want us to just stop on. And it'll start to fall into place so that you're able to do what the select board does, on behalf of the community, which is allocate resources and assign priorities.
Okay,
And it's about all of it, right? What we're going to be doing is respectful of the fact that there is a broader 40-ish recommendations, broader body of work here than that which you might be able to rally around in the first viewing of it.
So the will of the board seems pretty clear. Do you need a motion?
I don't think I do, if that's where you are. If there's none of the 5 of you who disagree with what I just said, I have a really clear idea of what to do in these next few weeks, and I'll keep you informed about if we're able to come back as soon as the 16th. I have a feeling it's more likely going to be March 2nd,
okay.
but we'll move as quickly as we can.
I just want to say that I kind of want to make a motion because I think it'll feel good to us to actually do something unanimous, and it might feel good to other people to see us do that.
Mm-hmm.
I
Peter,
know
do
it
you want to
sounds small.
suggest some language?
How about, is it time for a break? Almost.
Actually, it is. It's,
You know
we
what?
can totally
Yeah.
take, we have to,
In all seriousness, if you feel comfortable taking your 10 o'clock break a few minutes early, I'd
Yeah.
like a minute to write this out and think this through.
You know, I think
proposing
it's
it to you.
worth it to me. We've had a year where we can't always agree, and I think that we all deserve to feel good, both us and the community. And if this does it, I want to do it.
Fair enough, Brandy. I hear that. Yeah.
okay. So,
Oh, Daniel used the yes.
how about 10:05? Is that
Sure.
enough? Like 12 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, we'll come back at 10:05. Thanks, everyone. So we were, Peter had been tasked to help us with a motion, or to help Brandy with a motion, technically.
So I'm going to read it. I did write it. I apologize in advance that it's a little wordy, but there was a lot to convey, and I tried to do it all in one sentence so it could be a motion. So here we go. If it works for you, Brandy, you can say so moved. And if not, then we'll have a conversation about it.
And do I have to repeat it if she says so moved?
Nah, you could. One step at a time. Okay. I'm proposing that your motion be, the select board gratefully accepts the community safety report and directs staff to provide additional information regarding the recommendations in that report to help the select board make decisions on town actions to move forward with this work.
That was not too wordy at all. So I will say so moved.
Would you like me to repeat it?
I was gonna just ask for, just because of the hour for my brain. if you-
Yeah, no, and it's a lot of words and I only read it once. The select board gratefully accepts the community safety report and directs staff to provide additional information regarding the recommendations in that report to help the select board make decisions on town actions to move forward with this work.
I feel like you got it all in there. Very
Thank you.
nicely. So I'm sticking with my so moved.
Brandy has made that motion. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Hi.
5-0. Excellent.
Tim, I'd like to say something
Certainly.
quickly. I realized that I meant to do this earlier, but this report asked us to acknowledge harm, and I have shut the book, and I was going to read it directly out of the book. Actually, I found it. So I can only speak for myself because I'm one person on the board, but this board member, myself, Brandy Starr, would like to publicly acknowledge and accept the experiences of racism, discrimination, intimidation, fear, terror, and harm detailed in this report in our public forums and in our community. And I would like to acknowledge and work to address systemic racism, white supremacy, ableism, Satanism, homophobic and transphobic discrimination, and classism in an ongoing way.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Tim.
I concur.
If it pleases the board, even though technically we did make our motion and get our work done for now, I'd love to take the stack to be able to
Absolutely.
express their views. Still, so we're still within the unfinished business B. First up would be Gary Stroud.
How you doing, guys? Again.
Hi,
All right. I just want to say that was a good motion that went through. I just wanted to take into consideration also me being on the vice chair CPCC that I spoken with Emily, with Shay, with Bob also. We had a very profound, deep meeting about I guess my look at it is reconstruction, revamping, and reconsideration of the CPCC and how we can improve its body and structure and how things need to get done in this new term. And then this new era of the new presidency of rekindling and getting things back in order, not just for the town, but for the country. I just wanted to mention that was my interpretation, my feelings that I expressed. I can't speak for the whole committee. I just wanted to make it known for that and how I felt. And then they really opened up my eyes to a lot of things in just not just community, but in the committees also. And I wanted to mention also, if the other committee members from CPCC can get this information out to them, they weren't able to attend for other reasons, but I found it important from that committee to be a part of and listening in on that group that they had at the time, and to talk more about things that need to be improved and need to get done in our community for everyone and people of color, religions, sexes, whatever it may be, and not just in the body of the police, but also in businesses, churches, wherever it may go, schools, and all over. So I just want to give my whole support 100% to this. If anything we can do to, I guess, salvage what's left of CPCC, what we can do to make some improvements, that's something I would just consider also that you might want to put in there as well. Also, Peter, and also with the select board, and possibly if not, we can find other avenues that we can do to venture and to get things going back in this community to make it better and safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I believe call-in user 1 might be associated with Shay. So, or not, I'm not sure. I think that was the line Shay was using, but call-in user 1, if you're Shay or not Shay, you're welcome to speak.
Howdy.
Hey. I was right. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's doing that echo
For me,
thing.
it was doing a bad echo thing. I think that this is great. Thank you all. I had some points of process earlier that I thought might make things move more quickly or help you all, but you made it through. So right now I just want to say thank you. And I know that this isn't a final decision about each and every specific thing that you all read or processed. I hope that you continue to read and process and learn as we all need to, as I will as well. But I'm super grateful that you all are giving this the attention that and process time that it will take to see what is possible. And I think it's a strong step in the right direction. So thank you so much for mustering through. And Peter, I look forward to more conversation with you in your office if you have any questions, as we've talked so many times before. Thanks all.
Thanks, Shay.
Thank you.
I think that was the top 2 blue hands. Yep. And Ivan is next. And we'll see if we can let Witchy talk and then move on. Hi, Ivan.
Hello. My name's Ivan Hennessy. I live in Brattleboro, have for quite a while now. And I have kind of like a combination congratulations and scolding that I want to offer up just congratulations on hearing all of these marginalized voices and taking action. And the scolding is that, you know, especially much earlier in the conversation, there was a lot of talk about implicit bias, and it's the danger in implicit bias, of course, is mostly that it's implicit because we don't realize that our judgment is being clouded by unrelated assumptions. And there are, just as an example, lots of people in this conversation that I have immediate feelings of affinity with, regardless of which position they're taking in this. And so it's not just that, you know, the police department is subject to being affected by implicit bias. All of us are. And so the scolding is to watch out for that. And I'll be here to scold you in the future. Thank you.
Ivan? Richie?
All right, sorry, so many buttons to click. So I'm really happy that the town is looking more closely at this. I mean, I think something that really spoke out to me is that, Peter, you were saying like some things that the town can do and some things the select board has to do and some things like are not within the power, whether it be to change laws or other agencies. And while I'm not wearing those hats right now, I do gotta say, you know, as a person who sits in the Council on Racial Equity at the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and as a person who makes recommendations to the governor on the Vermont Racial Equity Task Force, I do gotta say this has to be collaborative work because we work within a system. And I really look forward to being able to look at sort of the tangible things that can come out. And Peter, if you come across things that need to happen statewide or at the hospital, I would really love to be involved in that conversation to see how I can support our community safety in a productive way from my end. Thank you.
Thanks, Witchy. And I will take Ain. I just wanted to call out Witchy, don't hang up immediately because we are going to be talking about a self-governance issue, which very much pertains to the powers of municipalities versus the powers of the state itself. So it'll be an interesting start of a discussion coming up. Ain, hi.
Hi. Thanks for this discussion. Hello. You all know why I'm here, but I guess the public doesn't, so I'm just going to say, well, 244 people do. So I was going to say, I'm really honored to be able to present you a petition that was signed by 244 people in Brattleboro area and 35 organizations, businesses, and schools. I sent you it before a lot more people signed on. The petition was actually only open through the holiday weekend and there was no major outreach effort. And I just think this really speaks to how many people in the community really are hungry for this change and wanting it. And so I'm going to read a little bit from the community sign-on so that you know kind of what people are asking for. And I think people are going to be really appreciative of the fact that you're sending this to town staff to look at. I'm excited that that's happening, but also cautiously optimistic. Because, you know, we really do want to implement this change. And while it's wonderful to continue to gather information, I think folks are really eager for that change. In fact, they signed on saying that because the statement that folks signed says this: many community members who participated in this process commented on the process itself and the town's commitment to this inquiry as a hopeful and encouraging sign of hope and change. It would be a great disservice and cause further harm to those who so bravely and vulnerably shared their stories, many of which invoke deep pain, fear, and trauma, for this review process not to materialize actual change. Our community eagerly awaits the opportunity to explore what is possible in our town and get to work on making it happen in ways that honor and build on the legacy of this process. And also, Brandy, thank you so much for making that acknowledgement. Actually, all of the signers of this petition also made a similar acknowledgement in saying, we, the undersigned, agree with the sentiments expressed in this report. We believe and acknowledge the detailed findings reporting experiences of racism, discrimination, intimidation, fear, terror, and harm detailed in this report in our public forums and in our community. We call upon the Brattleboro Selectboard to adopt the recommendations of the final report on the community safety review process in full and direct town staff to begin implementing them as written. So very much appreciating that you're directing town staff to begin working on this and understanding what's possible to implement, and still really hoping that you'll, eventually direct staff to actually implement the recommendations as written. So thank you so much. I also hope that when you add, and I realize I'm going over time, but I'm trying to speak for 244 people here. So that when you do add to your recommendations that you might want to accept, to really think about the acknowledgement section. The first 5 recommendations, they're very significant. If we don't have our hearts in that place, how can we implement change? Like if we're going to do training, but we don't believe we really need it, we don't really acknowledge the harm, we can't ever really get there. It's just going to be something we do and then we forget about. So please sit with those first 5 recommendations that seem really easy to say, and really do that acknowledgement if you're willing to do this work, because it would be really meaningful for a lot of us in the community. So thank you for tonight. Thanks for your time, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Thanks, Zane. Okay. Deep exhale. Thank you, everybody. We are going to move on to new business, and Peter's going to tell us about a proposed charter amendment concerning self-governance, or I might have reversed that a little bit and put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I thought you had it right. We've been talking about self-governance for a long time now. It started more as a discussion about hub towns and the particular challenges of being one of the larger communities in a very rural area, right? So Brattleboro is the size of a community that in many other places would be more dependent upon a larger town nearby. But based on the environment that we're fortunate to live in, we're actually the big town for our region. And so there's demands that are placed on Brattleboro and on Bennington and on Rutland and on St. Johnsbury and so on, that are different and greater than on the smaller towns around each one of those hub towns. As we got working on hub town issues through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, it grew into a broader statewide effort, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns being the place where all 251 municipalities in Vermont are represented and supported. And so it grew into an effort to increase the degree of self-governance for all municipalities across the state. There was actually legislation submitted 2 years ago at the beginning of the last biennium of the legislature. It became S-106 in the Senate that would have created a pilot program of home rule. Real quick civics lesson here. So in a home rule state, which is what the vast majority of states across the country are, municipalities can do anything that is not prohibited by state law. And in what are called Dillon's rules states, and at this hour and with other business to do still tonight, I'm not going to go into Dillon's rule. There's some history there that's interesting for those who might want to reach out to me about it. But let me just say that in a Dillon's rule state, which is what we are in Vermont, municipalities can only do those things that are explicitly authorized by the state. It's exactly the opposite. And so we're in a situation where time and again, when we identify needs in our communities and start generating some good creative thought about how to go about creating positive change in the spirit of this evening, we find that we bump into barriers where we're not authorized to take the actions that we think are appropriate for us to take. And so a greater degree of self-governance, even if it's not full-blown home rule, would allow us to identify issues and address issues locally as a community without having to be asking the state for permission over and over again. S-106 got passed by the Senate. It was modified in ways that we weren't all that excited about, but it still got passed, and we thought there was an opportunity to maybe rework it a bit in the House and see if we could still create that pilot project. The House didn't take it up last year before COVID hit, and understandably didn't have the capacity to take it up after they were dealing with the COVID crisis. So The biennium ended, a new biennium has just begun, so that the 2-year legislative session. And S106 is being reintroduced. There is a possibility that it may get legs, but in this first year of the biennium, right, that's happening right now up at the legislature, all the attention, again, understandably, is on COVID and the economic impacts and the actions that need to be taken to just see us through to better days. So we don't expect that S106 is necessarily going to do any better this time around. In the meantime, the leadership up at the Vermont League of Cities and Towns has organized an effort among particularly some of the larger communities to adopt language that would be a charter change for each individual community. So we would in Brattleboro adopt this as a change to our Brattleboro charter rather than trying to get a change in state law during a time when it's going to be particularly hard to accomplish that. But we would do this ourselves, for ourselves. It is subject to approval by the legislature, as all charter changes are. But the hope is that by having a cross-section of municipalities across the state adopt the same or similar language, that there will be a, that might, excuse me, positively influence the, sorry, I got something in my throat. Sorry about that. That might positively influence the legislature to realize that, you know, it's not just Brattleboro, and it's not just Winooski, which is another town that's doing it, or it's not just 1 or 2 other towns, but that in fact, you know, across the state, there are towns that are interested in this and cities that are interested in this, and that our constituents are their constituents. So if there's enough interest shown in this, we think there's a better chance that the legislature might actually take this up on behalf of just those individual communities that are taking this action for ourselves. And what the action would be is to modify our charter to say that we could draw upon provisions in any other municipal charter in Vermont that make sense to us, that we think would be beneficial to Brattleboro, and make them part of our charter by a future vote of the people of Brattleboro without having to go and ask the legislature for its approval. And the basis for this effort is that the legislature already has approved by the fact of, you know, how the laws function today and have functioned for 200 years here, that if it's in a municipal charter now, it's been approved by the legislature. Right. And so for us to be able to simply draw upon something that's already been approved by the legislature for one town, because we think it would be good for our town, would be an incremental measure of additional self-governance without having to rely on the state legislature to agree to each individual change. So that's what we're proposing. The exact language is in your backup. I'd like to read it, forgive me for that, but I learned from Bob Fisher just this afternoon an important detail about this, which is procedurally, you need to actually adopt the language, not just place it up in front of the people. So what gets placed up in front of the people is the language adopted by the select board as your intended charter change.
Okay.
So it's a little different from how it's in your administrative report. I'm going to offer a change to the recommended motion because of that. And I'd like to read what you'd be adopting so that the audience is well aware of it.
Is this late breaking and not in our backup?
The wording that I'm about to read is in your backup.
It is, okay.
The fact that I'm asking you to adopt it and place it in front of the voters, rather than just place it in front of the voters, is late breaking based on a conversation I had with Bob at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Thank you.
Sorry that's surprising you. So the language is to see if the Brattleboro, and this is what would be on the March 2nd town meeting day ballot. To see if the town of Brattleboro shall amend the Brattleboro Town Charter to add subsection E to Article 8 Charter Amendments as follows. By the Select Board, upon approval by a majority vote of the voters of the town by Australian ballot. Any charter amendment approved pursuant to this subsection must conform to a charter provision authorized by the state legislature for another municipality of the state. Such amendment approved under this subsection shall be effective only upon written notice of such amendment given to the Secretary of State's office. So what it's saying is there are currently four different ways in which the charter can be changed. And this would add a fifth way. And by doing it in this fifth way, where we're adopting something from someone else's charter, we would, in this case and in this case only, not have to go through the step of asking the legislature for approval.
Got it.
Brandy's hand went up first.
Peter, can I ask, maybe it's an anecdotal question. Have you seen anything yet in anybody's charter that you think would benefit, or have you not even been able to do that?
I'm aware of
Oh,
some
good.
provisions other people have that I think we would want to consider.
Nice.
There's actually quite a wide variety. And one of the things that has caused quite a lot of consternation for those of us who've been working on this together from different parts of the state is the fact that there are provisions that have been approved for some municipalities and the same things adopted in other municipalities have been rejected. There's a fair amount of inconsistency that's very frustrating. And so we're hoping that this generation of legislators will view this differently and be less controlling of all the local authority and instead empower communities to do only that body of exercise only that body of authority that's already been permitted in some other municipalities of the state. So we'll see.
Thank you.
Ian.
Yeah, as a new member to the board, I am very excited about this entire sort of subject and this particular thing. My question to Peter is, are we essentially already doing this because Williston already passed this and put it on in their charter? So we're kind of beginning this by taking a thing. Has it been accepted, or has it just, it has?
Williston has approved. The voters of, I'm sorry. No, it's not been accepted by the legislature, if that's what you're asking. The voters of Williston approved similar language. The voters of Winooski are going to be considering it, and there's several other communities. I don't know which ones at this point, but there will probably be something like a dozen of us that will have done it by the time we get through town meeting this year. And we'll all send, if it's approved, for those of us for whom it gets approved by the voters, we'll send it up to the legislature in the hope that they get addressed as a group.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, and just a follow-up question. So what's the recourse if they deny?
None.
Blair.
None.
So
get some better legislators.
The ballot box.
And
Ballot box.
True story. The voters in Bennington last year approved a charter change that placed attendance requirements on the members of their select board because they had some issues with inconsistent attendance. And so there was some provision that they adopted that would have required members to attend or lose their position on the board. And the state legislature rejected it.
You know, I have to say, I mean, because Peter was very mild with his description of inconsistencies, but I would use the word political football, and yeah, and paternalism. Speaking of paternalistic actions, I mean, there's, I might get in trouble for saying it, but the relationship of the state to the municipalities is pretty paternalistic. Sorry, Liz, go ahead.
Well, if Ian doesn't mind my saying so, it sounds arbitrary, unreasonable, and capricious.
Oh.
Well,
May
thanks,
I
Peter.
read the motion as it's slightly different from what's in your administrative report in the hope that somebody might be able to say so moved?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Thanks. So the motion would be to approve the proposed charter amendment and add an article to the annual town meeting warning as presented.
Cool.
All right, Liz.
Oh,
No.
Liz.
Liz, go ahead. I can't see you.
So moved.
Oh, there you
All right, thank you, Liz. All those in favor of said motion? Aye,
Aye.
Aye.
that is 5-0.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So for the potential things to vote on the ballot for town meeting day, is there any kind of identifying thing for like the marijuana sale or this beyond just like explaining it out to a voter? Like, are they given any kind of number, or I'm just curious because people have asked me what we're
Yes.
voting.
Yeah, so that's actually going to come up in the very next item. It's not like you see sometimes on statewide ballots where, you know, proposition this or amendment that or whatever, you know, from state to state. But because of the format for town meeting warnings in Vermont, where each separate action is an article, our articles are numbered, and you could refer to this. In fact, what we're proposing, that last one you just dealt with, would be Article 3 on the town meeting ballot.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Great. So next on our list of new business is Peter, town meeting election on March 2 and representative town meeting.
Yep. So I'll just summarize quickly, if that's all right, what's on here. And then we can pause and take more time with anything that gives you any concern or question, or anything you think might need to be reworded. The first of the two parts of the warnings are the items that will be on the ballot for the March 2nd election. Article 1 will be the election of officers, meaning both the select board members and the representative town meeting members. Article 2 is the question regarding the retail sale of cannabis. Article 3 is the charter amendment question that we just discussed. And Article 4 will be, there's either going to be Article 4 or possibly Article 4 and 5. We're waiting on some information from the school district. There is discussion occurring at the regional school district, you know, the consolidated district based on the implementation of Act 46. There's discussion of possibly dissolving the local one back into local school districts. And so they are going to provide us language that they wish to have on this ballot so that the voters of Brattleboro can weigh in, as the voters of the neighboring towns also will be weighing in on that question on that day.
I have a question. Do you know if they're going to be scheduling an informational meeting?
I don't know.
Okay, one would hope.
Yep, I don't know.
There goes our sidewalk plow, trucking right along past my window.
Yay.
Remember, everybody, street cleaning today. There's a lot of snow.
Yes, actually, now's the time to be off the streets.
And it's actually really fun to watch them do it. They're like little robots.
It's not fun if your car's in the way, though, believe me.
If you're in the meeting and your car is parked on the street, please, please go move it. Okay, are we ready for the representative town meeting warning?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a longer one than usual. And for that reason, based on our experience in September, and so we know we can do this on Zoom, and we also know it takes a little extra time, particularly for the voting. And the warning that we had in September was actually a little lighter than usual. And the warning that we have for this year is a little, or a little more than a little, heavier than usual. You'll see as we go through it. There's some items on here that are beyond the scope of a normal annual warning. And for those reasons, we believe that it's important to plan for 2 days. If somehow, some way, we get to late in the afternoon on the first day, on Saturday, the 20th of March, and there's only an item or two left, That'll be amazing. And the body will be able to decide for itself to keep going and get it done in one day. But the likelihood is we're going to be somewhere in the middle of this meeting when we get to 5 o'clock on Saturday. And so we've styled the warning in a way that tells the world when we get to 5 o'clock on Saturday, we'll finish the item that we're on at that time, but we'll only keep going if the body determines that we're going to keep going. Otherwise, what we're going to do is stop for Saturday and come back and start with the next item on Sunday. Okay? That's set forth in the language that's at the very top of this, that planning for 2 days.
The okay from me was just, I understand what you're saying. It is not okay, but proceed, please.
Okay. Again, I think for the benefit of the public, even though it's 10:39, I'm going to just say real fast what each one is, just so that I don't say, oh, there's all the normal ones for 1 through 11, because what are all the normal ones, right? If somebody's watching for the first time. So it's to act on the town's auditor's report, to authorize the hiring of certified public accountants, to confirm the town clerk, the interim town treasurer, and the town attorney for the RTM to ratify the appointments that you made this evening. For the election of 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board, to elect or appoint members to the Finance Committee, to elect or appoint members to the Human Services Review Committee, to elect 3 trustees to Brooks Memorial Library for 3 years and 1 trustee for 1 year, to ratify 2 emergency actions you took this past year. So you authorized 2 different capital expenses, and capital expenses, as you know, require approval at representative town meeting. That's why we itemize those in each year's budget that we take to representative town meeting. And so when something comes up during the course of a year and we need to just move ahead and address it, you authorize it at the time, subject to it being ratified at the next town meeting. There were 2 of those this year. The recent approval that you gave us to purchase the replacement animal control officer vehicle, because the last one failed, and to replace the salt shed back in the spring for the to take down the salt shed and then replace it in August or September. In any case, it was since July 1st that we did the replacement. We came to you with the recommendation of how to proceed with that. You authorized that we do it. We're asking representative town meeting to ratify. Article 11 is the $12.5 million authorization for borrowing for the water treatment plant. So we hope that the whole, having an entirely separate informational meeting about this essential project will help the body feel comfortable, and this won't necessarily be a lengthy discussion during the course of the meeting, but it well could be. It's an enormous investment for the community. So this is one of those items that is above and beyond the normal scope of an annual representative town meeting, but absolutely necessary to be included within this one. Also, an important point on this is bond votes have to be by Australian ballot. And if it wasn't COVID, the way we would do that is there's discussion on the floor of representative town meeting, and then there are ballot boxes at the back of the room. And there's an announcement made that, anytime between now and 3 p.m. or whatever, you can go on back and cast your ballot. We can't do that this year. And so what we plan to do, and it is expressed in the article, is mail out to every representative town meeting member a ballot that will need to be submitted to the town clerk by March 24th. So that's 3 days after the day we expect the meeting to end. It might be 4 days if we're all really lucky. But so the discussion will happen, and then there'll be 3 days for folks to drop off their ballot at the box behind the municipal center here. The next one is the standard annual one that authorizes the select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Thank goodness. This is a standard article across the state. It protects us in case there's some kind of enormous crisis where we would have to borrow money and then later catch up to it. Because of how we manage the town's finances and we keep enough fund balance around to be able to withstand things like when Irene happened. You know, there's no guarantee that it'll always be enough money, but so far for some pretty major emergencies, it has been enough money. And the reason you do that is so you don't have to go out and pay somebody interest to see yourself through the emergency. But this standard annual action allows us to do that if it ever became necessary. Article 13 is to see what compensation the town will pay its select board members.
Compensation. All right.
Article 14 is the one that authorizes the use of unassigned fund balance for capital expenses. So we've specified $530,000 use of fund balance for 3 separate purposes. Allocations to replacing the elevator at the Gibson Aiken Center, the sidewalk replacement program, and the paving program, street paving program. And then a separate article this year. So there's 2 separate unassigned fund balance articles, another example of where it's a bigger warning than usual, because the $75,000 for the website upgrade is not a transfer, right? So it's 2 separate articles. One is the usual one that we're all used to seeing every year, where we're transferring money from unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund for capital purposes. And the second one is use of $75,000 of unassigned general fund balance within the general fund for the website upgrade. Okay. The next article is the annual funding of the Community Marketing Initiative. The next one after that is the annual funding of the Downtown Improvement District, the DBA. Article 18 is the itemized agency by agency allocations and funding for the human services. And Article 19, based on your action, I believe it was last week, but recently, is to add to, so right after making the decision about human services funding for FY22, there'll be an article that says to see if the town will direct the select board to include a specific amount of the FY23 budget to be allocated to human services funding. Okay. The next is the big budget article, which, as we discussed earlier tonight, the warned language is to see how much money the town will raise, appropriate, and expend to defray all of its expenses and liabilities. The motion is long and very specific as to the taxes required to fund the budget and the total amount of the budget. But the article is phrased in a more general way to allow for that fuller conversation. The next article is the funding of a contribution to SEVEDS from program income. And then the annual assessment to the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment District to fund the debt that pays off for the utility improvements there. And the final 5 articles until the catch-all any other matters one are 5 separate. You saw each of these back in December. These are the 5 separate requests for property tax exemption for 5 properties in town. And the very last article is, as always, to transact any other business that may lawfully come before the meeting. Do you have questions or concerns or changes you wish to make?
Yes.
Daniel.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you could see me, so I just spoke up. It's not a question. No, what am I talking about? It's not a concern or a change. It's a question. And it's really for my own education, I think, and maybe one other person in the community. I'm presuming that like the bond question is in the charter, that it's representative town meeting that has to answer that question.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
And it couldn't be Australian ballot for the whole community.
So I want to be careful not to say that. What I can tell you is we have held hands carefully with Bob Fisher on both the preparation for this item and the very specific wording that was before you tonight on this. I will double check with him to make sure that that's not an option, that we haven't just proceeded in this way because it's the normal way it's always done. But I believe that it's actually required to be done this way. Okay.
Right.
Now, let me
That's
ask,
what I figured.
if he says you have a choice, then do you want to just address that next week, or does the board want to give me some direction now about what your preference is?
I mean, my preference is that as many people get to vote on issues that affect the whole town as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my inclination.
So it would be Australian ballot, if there was an option, it would be between it going just to RTM or it being mailed out to everyone in town. Is that
It
essentially?
wouldn't be mailed out to everyone in town. It would be on the ballot. So people who ask for an absentee ballot would get one in the mail. Other people would go to the Legion on March 2nd and vote.
Okay. So
I'm a little lost. Could you repeat what it is that we're discussing?
Sure. The question is, does the bond vote regarding the water treatment plant have to be on the RTM warning? Or could it be on the March 2nd ballot for all the voters in town to vote on? My answer was, I believe it is required. I believe we're doing this because it is the legal proper way to do it. It's possible that it's just been our normal practice and that either one of those two might be legal. And so the question you're considering is whether you would prefer one over the other.
You mean to say, generally speaking, we do this at RTM?
I believe every bond vote that I know of, the couple since I've been here and everything I know of from before I was, has been an RTM vote, not a townwide vote. But I don't know for sure that that's required. I'm going to check with Bob Fisher about that.
I think that the police facility had a non-binding Australian ballot, like on town meeting day.
That's entirely possible, especially for non-binding, but we would need this one to be binding.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm inclined to say RTM.
I would just,
Only because I think it requires the understanding of the subject that the informational town meeting provides to the representatives of town meeting.
Ian?
I would just like to hear from Bob.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of coming down on wanting to hear the answer first and then
Sure.
deciding,
So,
especially since the late hour right now, but.
so I'll get that in.
I was reading the charter. It's definitely in there somewhere. It just needs a little bit of teasing out.
Yeah. And even those things that seem to be popping out nice and clean from the charter, I usually like to check with Bob just to make sure. I think that'll behoove all of us. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll send you an email so you know the answer to the question. And if the answer to the question is you have a choice, then we'll bring that choice back to you next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I had a question, and I think it's the hour. I'm just a little bit fried, but in Article 19, to see if the town will direct select board to include a specific amount of the FY23 budget to be allocated to human services funding.
Yes.
Should it say specific amount or should it say a percentage? Because weren't we talking about a possible percentage?
Yeah, we as staff made a conscious decision to use this wording, and I'll tell you why. And if you want different wording, we're happy to receive your direction about this. This is on here purely because of your desire to get clearer direction from RTM. we thought amount was better because it leaves open the possibility that it might be a dollar figure or a percentage figure,
That's what I was-
rather than having them have to decide. If we warn it as what percentage of the FY23 budget, then they have to give you the answer in that form. And things happen. You know, there might be something that causes the FY23 budget to have something funny going on with it, and then we'd be bound to a percentage rather than a number. So we just thought it might be better to have it this way.
Mhm. I think that's smart.
Ian, I have a follow-up. But
Oh, go ahead, Tim.
I was just going to say, I'm wondering if that just, I thought some of the idea behind the article in the first place was to kind of set a forward motion guidance. And this, to me, feels like it's just for FY23.
So there,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
thank you. I'm sorry, it is late.
No,
and
I started with the one thing with the percentage, and then I kind of morphed it as you were talking. So
Yeah, no, I didn't give a full explanation. So you've reminded me about that, you know, if it was a percentage, it could apply to future years too, and that would be handy. However, the thought we had about this and the fact that there could be a year where there's an anomaly, where there's some like really large unusual expense, and then the next year the budget's going to come back down or something like that, to protect against that kind of a thing happening. The idea was that each year this could be on, these could be two back-to-back items as we're proposing them this time, so that there's some flexibility from year to year, and, you know, for changes in economic circumstances or whatever. And in addition to that, the amount, the reason why it wouldn't need to be percentage, it could actually be a dollar figure if the body wanted to declare a dollar figure, is they'll know what they're in the process of approving for the FY22 budget. So, you know, let's call that $20 million. We're a little short of that this year. You know, we're 19 plus, coming up towards 20. Call it $20 million. You know, so if it was going to be 2%, that's $400,000, right? And so if the body wanted 2%, they could say, well, for next year, it's $400,000, period, right? And then next year, you're going to get a chance to think about it again and see whether you felt good about how that turned out.
okay,
I like that.
Ian.
So I think that that's great, and I think that's also in the spirit of what we were trying to accomplish in what we were discussing last week, which was basically giving RTM the tools that they need to actually like accomplish what we're hearing they're not having the ability to do. So we're providing them with this layout to be able to actually have that discussion in a timely way. I think it's only as helpful as people actually understand this. So is it possible that like during the informational meeting, kind of what you just said, because like I understand the distinction between the two, but if I would just have read that, I don't think I would have understood it could have been a percentage or a dollar amount, really. I think it's only as successful as RTM understands it to be. So yeah, however we can accomplish that.
Sure.
Nice.
Oh, Liz.
But I think also that Anne and the members of the committee would be speaking to it, certainly at town meeting and perhaps at the informational session as well.
Certainly, if the board would like to, this is arcane, but real. The informational session is the select board's opportunity to impart information and for RTM members to ask questions to understand what the select board is telling them. And then RTM is for the RTM members to debate and decide. So you could certainly invite, you, the board, at your informational meeting, could certainly invite the members of the Human Services Review Committee to speak to this matter, if you wish for that. Absolutely.
Ian.
So I think that's really helpful. I think I would hope that the board would really make sure that when we discuss this article, that we make sure that RTM understands what we are trying to accomplish with it. And, you know, if that involves inviting people up, you know, so be it.
I think that's a volunteer. You just volunteered to speak to it.
Check, am I allowed to volunteer to anything at 10:58?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything else that leaps out at me. Anyone else? Or Ian?
Yeah, Peter, so I think I have just been so proud of Brattleboro for our first completely online representative town meeting. And I'm wondering, is there any concern from the staff about doing it again with warning it for 2 days? We're feeling pretty positive right now.
We're feeling really positive. We need to dust off our lists of the feedback we got. There were some suggested improvements. We know of a couple that were really clear to us even as the day was unfolding. I want to make sure we go back and also, capture those things that were suggested to us from the community. So we'll be doing some tweaking, but it'll be very much the same as what we all experienced in September, which thankfully was really successful. So yeah, that the only major difference, and it'll be a major difference, but we think a wise one is to plan for 2 days and hope maybe somehow we possibly get it done in one.
Yeah. Liz or Daniel, your preference?
I just had a little nagging question about the return of the Australian ballots. If we have 3 days from the day of town meeting to get them back, and you can certainly drop them off at the town box, but that would require people to leave the house. And so if there's people who want to use the mail, is there sufficient time for the mail to be received at town?
I will confirm this also, like I'm going to confirm the other item with Bob, but I'll confirm this one with Hillary. My recollection from the conversation we all had in preparation of this warning is that as long as it's postmarked by that date, it'll still be accepted. That the counting would actually happen early the next week. So there'd be a 4 or 5 day gap after the 24th before the counting would occur. I need to double check and make sure that I've got that right. And if it's different than that, we'll let you know so that you can think about when you want to stretch out the timeframes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Daniel?
And Zoom town meeting, they said it couldn't happen. They said it couldn't be done, and we did it, and we're going to do it again. And other towns, have they come to us and said, hey, we're thinking about holding a town meeting?
Yeah, we've had a lot of inquiry from other towns, and they can't do it. They don't have a representative town meeting. And their problem,
that's right.
Yeah, so their problem is they don't have a fixed universe of folks, so they can't keep it secure. It would just be wide open to anybody who showed up, and then they can't be sure that the integrity of the votes is maintained. So what the legislature has done is allowed everybody else to change the dates, push it back into the spring in the hope that they maybe can get in a room together in May, like we were thinking last year. But they aren't able to do it online. The legislation, there's a special piece of legislation that just came out of last week that was approved by both houses that said, if you're any other town in Vermont, you can postpone your town meeting or you can hold it by Australian ballot. And if you're Brattleboro, you can hold it online.
That's great.
Yeah.
The one and only.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to make towns change to RTM.
I don't know.
Wild.
Have they seen the budget, Liz?
That's good.
That's good. That's like a little fiscal conservative joke that I would never usually make.
That was great. It's recording.
Only after 11
proud of
o'clock
you.
at night, Daniel.
That's right.
Oh,
So just speaking of select board privilege, but just to put a little bug in your ear, I know you're talking about things could be tweaked for the town meeting, but let me just put a personal plug in for the idea of being able to see the motion during a vote rather than just you approve, because
that is absolutely one of the things that is going to change. Is it'll be explicitly, we can type up the majority of them ahead of time.
that's what I figured, just copy paste. And
when there's amendments and things, we're just going to have to take a little bit of time and pause long enough to have that typed up so everybody can see what it is. Absolutely.
It's worth the time. It's worth the time.
Absolutely.
Definitely worth the time. Just when you're reviewing, like I was looking back at town meeting and it's really hard to figure out where you are in the video when you're reviewing. And that's something people like to do.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Not a criticism, but just a hope.
No, we know that needs to be done. Yep.
Daniel?
Seeing as we're on the list of things to be done, I was thinking with regards Zoom meetings that, like, you know, we have our little boxes. There could be a timekeeper box, and that could simply be a shared screen with a countdown on it. And just, you know, I'm a big fan of timers. It keeps things equitable. Everybody knows where they stand.
Well, Ian
Whatever,
and I
just
talked
an
about
idea.
it for these
They
meetings.
exist.
Yeah.
If y'all would like us to look into incorporating that, we can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's built right in or making a separate screen.
It becomes one of the boxes.
And somebody has to hit it though.
That would be Ian. Isn't that the clerk's job?
I will definitely click any box that I'm told to click.
He's not the clerk of
Here
town
first,
meeting.
folks.
Daniel, are you referring to town meeting or are you referring to select board meetings?
Town meeting. I mean, maybe also select board meetings, but like,
So town meeting would be a little trickier. Let us give that some thought because we don't do the boxes like this, right? Town meeting, the speaker was always,
that's
whoever
right.
had the floor was on the screen. So we'd have to figure out how to use the tool if it can be used with that. I know that it can be used in this format. It just takes up one of the boxes on the screen.
Right.
So, Tim, did you do the Reimagine project?
Yes.
Remember when we did the breakout groups, there was a little countdown clock right on the screen, because I was a timekeeper in one of them, so I was like basically just saying out loud what it said, and it was just this little tiny countdown
Right at the top.
I don't know if that was that Zoom though?
I'm not sure it
The
was,
go-to meeting.
if it was Zoom, the platform or not. It might have been a different platform, but something to research, I think, it feels like.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Aha.
Motion?
Hold on, Liz.
did we need an action there?
No, I've got what I need on the warnings. Thank you. So
Okay.
you got one more action to take.
I want to say before Liz makes that action, I always try to sneak this in right at the end, and I just want to at least one time say thank you so much to our ASL interpreters,
Yes.
and thank you so much to BCTV, Brattleboro, the Commons, the Reformer. Anybody else have?
Some sort of private Google Hangouts chat thing that happens.
Just
Sometimes
any way you're disseminating or participating or absorbing with patience what we do, it's very much appreciated.
Tim, thanks for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Liz.
Thank you for
I
that.
move to adjourn.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has moved to adjourn this meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.